Chapter 201. Countless people were stunned. He had actually tore through the void. Very few people actually attacked during the Astral 3 challenges, as the powerhouses would simply charge forward. The defending students generally did not provoke the powerhouses as that would only delay them. Daoist's attack had allowed countless people to witness the true power of the Astral Combat Academy's top powerhouses. That student was unlucky enough to be eliminated because his actions were considered offensive. His opponent was also an area master. Daoist cursed his bad luck, as he had actually gone all out against an area master. At this point only 100 or so students had been eliminated. Most of them had died to Chilean Dainite's poisonous algae, while some had died to Daoist's attacks. Aside from the remaining 200 who had not passed through Daoist's location, the remaining 400 had rushed to the back of the valley. The situation was the same as the previous Astral Combat Tournament. Last time the defending students of the 3 academies had failed, and this time was no different. So what if a student from Astral 10 was praised to the heavens? Did he really think that he could stop so many people? Many of the students from Astral 7 had already given up hope. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold. The Astral Combat Tournament was the most anticipated event, but she did not even have the right to participate. Those idiots. On the spacecraft, Lu Xiaoyun frowned as helplessness flashed through her eyes. Madame Naylan sighed. Forget it, Xiaoyun. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lu Xiaoyun felt helpless. Do you really think that Silver won't be able to hold on? Lu Xiaoyun glanced at him coldly, not interested in talking to him at all. Madame Naylan's eyes lit up. Do you think that he can hold on? Lu Yin shrugged. I'm not sure, but maybe. He did not know how strong the Neo-Human Alliance was, but he knew that Silver was definitely not simple. Even now, that sly smile was still plastered on his face. Outside the valley, the students from Astral 10 were also helpless. They also did not think that Silver could hold on. Someone nearby commented, "Look, that bastard from Astral 10 is smiling so viciously. I really want to tear his face off and stomp on it. Yeah, that smile is so sinister. So creepy. He's definitely not a good person." The students from Astral 10 silently retreated. Within the valley, more than 400 students had rushed to the back of the valley. When they saw Silver still leaning against the mountain wall, they became excited. Had he given up? That was even better. In the crowd, Lu Ji froze the moment she saw Silver. Him? Astral 10's Silver was one who had left a deep impression on her. Wuji, what's wrong? Go. Gus urged from the side. Lu Ji's eyes flickered, but she did not answer. A group of students at the front had already rushed in front of Silver and swept past him. Countless people were furious and they cursed Astral 10 for finding such a piece of trash. That person had been restricted, but he still didn't dare to make a move. Outside the valley, Wu Da's eyes widened. This person was definitely a powerhouse, even if he was only a melder. A gust of wind blew past and several students passed by Silver. There were even some who scolded him for being trash. At this moment, Silver's eyes completely opened. In an instant, an indescribable bone-chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. All the students felt a chill run down their backs as they saw a scene that made them tremble. The students who had just passed Silver had all died. They died silently and without a single ripple. All they saw was a butterfly with a gleam of light. The butterfly knife and the bloodstain. How fast could Silver kill people? Of all the students present, only the domain lords could see clearly. Most of the students couldn't even see clearly. Butterfly Blade was already dead. The only cause of death was a red mark on their necks. There were no other wounds on their bodies. In just 10 seconds, no less than 20 people had fallen to the ground. Silver stood in the middle of the valley and smiled at them. That sly smile on his face was terrifying. If Chilean Dainite's attack was dazzling and Daoist's was shocking, then Silver's attack was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. There were no ripples, but Silver's attack was the most terrifying. The valley fell silent as all the students stared at Silver. He had killed more people in an instant than Chilean Dainite and Daoist. He was a demon who killed without batting an eyelid. On the southern peak of the valley, Night Queen Yanqing's eyes lit up. Interesting. What a fast attack. Even an area lord can't reach that speed. Is this the power of Astral 10 students? Not bad. Kwang Wang was shocked. I thought that only the 2 students who stayed behind to guard Astral 10 were strong. I didn't expect them to be so fierce. Now I'm looking forward to seeing who Astral 10's leader is, a man in the 8th seat said curiously. He was Feng Shang, Astral 8's leader and the Realm Master of Illusion. He was also one of the people that Jared feared. After Feng Shang finished speaking, he glanced to the side, where the 9th seat was occupied by a man wearing extra-large headphones. He was shaking his head, but no one knew what he was doing. This person was Astral 9's leader and he was the main voice of the seeding world. Lu Yin, can you hear me? Feng Shang shouted. Lu Yin was still shaking his head. Feng Shang was speechless. Silver's killing style stunned everyone, including the students outside the valley and the mentors from the 10 academies. They had never expected Astral 10 to produce such a character. Within the spacecraft, Madame Naylan looked at Lu Yin in shock. This student is very powerful. Lu Xiaoyan was also surprised. Of course he's powerful. Even I don't know his background. Aren't you Astral 10's leader? Madame Naylan asked curiously. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. My position as the chief disciple is baffling. Perhaps he gave it to me. Is that so? Madame Naylan did not pursue the matter. Within the valley, Lu Ji's eyelids twitched. She knew that this guy wasn't simple. Although Silver's killing speed was extremely fast, these students had only joined the Astral Combat Academy after passing the blood test. Although they were shocked, they were not afraid. After all, Silver was only a melder. Soon many students rushed out. Silver grinned as he looked at these students. He flipped his butterfly knife and with a flash of light, a few more died. Silver's killing speed was too fast and he completely disregarded his opponent's defenses. However, Silver's targets were not area masters. He was not arrogant enough to block everyone by himself. Chilean Day Knight and Dai Ao were the same and they simply swept past the area masters. Then the butterfly knife disappeared and Garth clutched his neck. He was a powerhouse close to an area master, but he had still been killed. Beside him, Lu Ji's face was pale. She was not as strong as Garth and when she looked up she met Silver's cold gaze. Silver smiled faintly at her. The butterfly knife stabbed out. Lu Ji gritted her teeth and her eyes flashed. She had used her innate gift to see through butterfly. She could see the butterfly knife's trajectory but she could not block it. There was a thump. The butterfly knife was blocked and a palm appeared in front of Silver. It was Sharon who had blocked Silver. I'm sorry but you can't touch her, Sharon said coldly. Silver smiled and his body flickered. The butterfly knife stabbed into the neck of a student beside him. The student collapsed in disbelief and then disappeared from the Life-Seek realm. The entire back of the valley was like a giant battlefield. Silver's killing was an art but to outsiders, it was terrifying to the extreme. The butterfly knife split into 2 and then 3. Countless people felt their scalps go numb. That's a domain. That guy has comprehended a domain. Many people were shocked by this scene. Not everyone could comprehend a domain, and even a genius lockbreaker like Sharon had only just begun to comprehend it. At this moment the crowd finally understood why this person was a melder, but he was able to easily defeat those stronger than him. For a powerhouse who had comprehended a domain, defeating those stronger than him was a piece of cake. Some people broke through the valley while others fell. Although Silver was the last line of defense, he had killed more people than Chilean Day Knight and Dai Ao combined. His domain was perfect for killing people. Even the realm masters on the peak looked at Silver with solemn expressions. Anyone who comprehended a domain could not be underestimated, even if this person was just a melder. In the 6th position, Dao Bo's eyes lit up. He was interested in all kinds of domains. There were 10 tall war drums in the south of the valley, and a person stood in front of each drum. They were the students chosen by the 10 academies to challenge the Dragon's Gate. Behind the war drums were 10 different areas, and at this moment more and more students were arriving. The first few to arrive were the area masters of the trial zones and they were extremely strong. The 3 people guarding the valley did not touch them so they arrived without a hitch. As long as all the students from the various academies who had passed through the valley arrived, they could sound the war drums. In front of Astral 10's war drums, Lulu looked up at the screen with a shocked expression. She had not expected Silver, who had always kept a low profile, to be so powerful. This person was definitely not any weaker than Lu Yin. No, he might even be stronger. Although Lu Yin had comprehended battle force, he was only at the elementary level. Silver's domain was obviously not something that he had just comprehended. It was too terrifying, and no wonder he had laughed so disgustingly. As she thought about it, she glanced at the war drum furthest away. It belonged to Astral One, and there was another girl standing in front of it. It was Grandine Mavis, and she was also from the Mavis family. Perhaps sensing Lulu's gaze, Grandine Mavis turned around and smiled at her. Lulu pursed her lips and glanced at the people in front of the war drums. These people were the top powerhouses of their respective academies, and they might even be second only to the Realm Masters. This was because it was very difficult to sound the war drums, and one had to be at least an area master to be able to do so. The others were nothing special, but the person from Astral 5 caught Lulu's attention. He was not very strong but rather too weak. That man gave Lulu a rather delicate feeling. How could such a person sound the war drums? This was a strenuous task. Lulu retracted her gaze and subconsciously looked to the side. Astral 9 had chosen a lifeless young man with a pale face and a cold aura. If he closed his eyes, Lulu would have thought that he was a corpse. The Astral Combat Academy really did have all kinds of people. In the middle of the valley, Dai Ao was still blocking more than 100 students. His innate gift of gravity had reached its limit, and even if these students did not retaliate, they were all very powerful and had many life-saving techniques. Dai Ao's gaze turned sinister as the gravity that had covered the middle of the valley suddenly disappeared. He then increased his speed as he used his anti-gravity ability to increase his speed. Without the gravity restraints, a portion of the students immediately charged forward. Thank you for your reward, Brother Tianshang. Thank you for supporting the Stargazer Academy. Thank you. With your support, the Stargazer Academy will have a bright future. Thank you again. Also, Happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 202. At this moment, green poisonous algae floated down from the sky. Chilean Day-Night had broken through the seal and released the poisonous algae onto the entire valley. The poisonous algae covered a large area, so its power was greatly reduced. However, with Dai Ao and Silver's strength, aside from the top-ranked powerhouses of the various academies, none of the other students were able to pass through the valley. 20 minutes later, when the last student passed through the valley, the 3 academies' challenge ended. In the end, there were 362 people who had broken through, which was almost half of the total. If there had been any more, the 3 academies would have been eliminated. Night Queen Yanqing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 3 academies' challenge was just for fun. Otherwise, if the area master students had truly made a move, even all of the students from Astral 3, Astral 7 and Astral 10 combined would not have been able to stop them. The 3 academies' challenge had shown countless people the strength of the Astral Combat Academy's students. Not only were there students who had defended the Astral Combat Academy, but there were also students who had broken through. Many people knew that they would not have been able to break through the 3's defenses. The poisonous algae, gravity and killing domains were all too terrifying. Even some of the explorers had serious expressions on their faces. The younger generation was getting stronger and stronger. In outer space, Lu Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally passed. She looked at Silver on the screen and saw a smile on his face, but it sent chills down her spine. He was only a melder, but he was able to use his domain to seize the lives of Limeters. Even if those Limeters could retaliate, there weren't many who could stop him. Once this person broke through to the Limiter realm, he would definitely be a strong contender for the position of Realm Master. It was not just Lu Xiaoyun. The realm masters on the southern peak of the valley were also very concerned about Silver. In the Great Yu Empire, Zhu Lang frowned. This person's identity was mysterious, and he was from the Great Yu Empire. However, there was pitifully little information about this person in the Empire, and it seemed to have been covered up. Just where did this person come from? Undying Yushan's gadget displayed Silver's resume. It was very normal and simple, but also very mysterious. Within the valley, Chilean Day-Night and Dai Ao sized up Silver with a strange look. This person really made them shiver. Almost half of the eliminated students had been killed by him. Even though this was the Life-Seek realm, they felt that even if they were not, this person would not show any mercy. This person was a madman. Silver's smile was so brilliant that no one knew who he was looking at. As all the participating students arrived at the empty space behind the war drums, the knocking on the dragon's gate began. All of Astral 4's students were the first to arrive. On the screen, under the gazes of countless people in the universe, a man growled as his palms suddenly expanded several times in size, distorting the void as cracks appeared beneath his feet. He then struck out with his palm, causing a faint crack in the void to extend upwards, shocking countless people. Bang! A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth as a visible sound wave swept out in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were all the participating students of Astral 4. This was the baptism of the war drums. In ancient wars, the war drums were the first to be heard. The sound of the war drums could shake the heavens and earth, and only those who could withstand the pressure of the war drums could enter the battlefield. The Astral Combat Tournament was the battlefield. Dozens of students from the 4 academies stood still. The sound waves swept over them. Even if they were bleeding from their eyes, ears, mouth and nose, they still endured it. At this moment they would rather die than fall down. The sound waves swept past the students of the 4 academies and spread in all directions, gradually enveloping all the participating students, including the students from the 3 academies, 7 academies and 10 academies who had just arrived. The ground cracked as broken rocks flew up into the sky and turned into dust. At this moment, another deafening explosion rang out from Astral 1. Under Lulu's gaze, Grandine Mavis punched out. She did not create a crack in the void like the man from the 4 academies had done, but she was just as shocking because she had used pure strength. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening explosions caused the sky to distort and the sound waves caused the sky to change. In front of them, the 3 valleys of the 3 academies shattered, and the spectating students from the other academies were also affected by the sound waves. They covered their ears in pain. Behind Astral 10's war drums, Coco bit her lip. Meng Yu's face turned red while Schutz gripped his blade tightly. The sound waves almost made them faint. Lulu growled and raised her hand to punch out. The moment her snow-white fist came into contact with the war drum, she finally understood why she had to attack with all her strength. The war drum was too tough and a normal person would not be able to make a sound. Bang! Layers upon layers of sound waves exploded and finally some students could not hold on any longer and collapsed. These students had all relied on luck to pass the 3 academies, but luck could not guarantee that they would pass the knocking on the dragon's gate. The Astral Combat Tournament was about true elites, not fishing in troubled waters. In front of Astral 5's war drum, a man that Lulu thought looked very weak raised his hand. Water gathered in the sky and formed a sphere. As time passed, the sphere size did not change, but many people were shocked. This was because too much water had been gathered and the sphere's weight was terrifying. Bang! Astral 5's war drum thundered, and this earth-shattering sound drowned out Astral 9's war drum. This sound caused more than 20 students to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Behind Astral 10's war drum, Dark Void looked up at the weak man. His name was Tubo, and like Dark Void he was also a seed of Shamrock Enterprises, which meant that he had a terrifying innate gift. When all the war drums had been beaten, everything within a 10,000-meter radius was destroyed in an instant. The ground was completely pulverized and dust filled the sky. Above the war drum, the void shattered as if it could not withstand the pressure. Cracks rained down like raindrops. Countless people in the universe were dumbfounded. It was just the sound of a war drum. Was there a need to cause such a huge commotion? Wasn't tearing through the void something only space-exploring powerhouses could do? Why did it seem so easy for these students? At this moment, Gerbach and the others who were watching the screen finally understood the difference between them and the universe's top geniuses. They were not even on the same level and they could not even be compared. Wendy Yushan had been right to look down on them. Lulu did not cause much of a stir because her origins were too obvious. She was from the Mavis family, an innately terrifying clan. No matter where she went, she would be considered an absolute genius. She was not as shocking as Silverbelt. At this moment, Wu Da's gaze had already shifted to the south, where 10 ancient incense sticks stood tall. These incense sticks were very difficult to light, not because of the materials used, but because they were entwined with an ancient ancestor's battle intent. This battle intent was indescribable and it was similar to a domain. Normal people would not be able to get close to it. Although lighting the incense seemed easy, it was actually the most difficult stage. In the history of the Astral Combat Tournament, there had been many academies that had failed to light the incense sticks and been eliminated. Thus, those who were qualified to light the incense sticks were the absolute powerhouses of Astral 10. The other academies all had strong foundations, but who would they send to Astral 10? Who would be able to light the incense sticks? Perhaps only Big Pow and Little Pow could do it, but those two could barely do it. Sometimes a person's battle prowess did not mean that they would be able to successfully light the incense sticks. Their temperament would greatly reduce their chances of success. Lighting the incense and paying respect to the ancestors required piety. As the sound waves dissipated, the sky returned to normal. The screens changed and countless people turned to look at the 10 towering ancient incense sticks, as well as the 10 figures standing 1,000 meters away from the incense sticks. In the previous tournaments, the people who lit the incense sticks were the last to challenge the student leaders of the various academies. They were the ones that everyone paid the most attention to. The 10 figures stood quietly in front of the incense sticks. The incense sticks that were 1,000 meters away from them were their test. Countless people turned to look at Astral 1, where a woman stood in front of the incense sticks. Her face was hidden behind a veil, but her aura was cold and had an ancient charm to it. No one dared to underestimate her. Astral 1 had been in this position for many years, and they had the most talented geniuses. Everyone looked at Astral 2, where a man wielding a long sword stood. Many people recognized him as Lu Tang, a disciple of the sword sect. Although he was not an area master, he was no weaker than any of them. In fact, he might even be stronger. There was no need for further introductions, as the words sword sect already represented everything. Astral 3 had sent out members of the Day-Night clan, and so had Astral 4. The Day-Night clan represented strength, but no one even bothered to ask about them, as the strength of the Day-Night clan was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Astral 5 had sent out an area master. He had a gentle appearance, a smile in his eyes and a calm expression. Many people recognized him as Xia Yi, the area master of the Tao of Heaven's machinery mound. Although many knew of him, almost no one truly understood his strength. However, the fact that he was able to stand here at this moment proved that he was definitely very strong. Astral 6 was a stranger. Many of the powerhouses from the 10 academies did not reveal their strength, and perhaps only the realm masters knew of their strength. Astral 7 and Astral 8 had sent out unfamiliar powerhouses that no one could fathom. However, if they were sent out to pay respect to the ancestors, their names would definitely spread far and wide. Many people recognized the person sent out by Astral 9. More accurately speaking, this clan was very famous. They were the traders of the Undying Bird family, the Black Undying Bird from the Phineas clan. The newcomer was Bonnie Phineas, who had broken through to the Lamitar realm. Behind Astral 5's war drum, Heart Phoenix stood among the dozens of participants. His eyes burned with passion and his lips curled up. He had narrowly escaped death during his family's trial and had finally transformed. He wanted to personally tear apart Lu Yin and this traitor during the Astral Combat Tournament and show everyone the glory of the Undying Bird. 1,000 meters away from Astral 10's ancient incense stick, the person standing there caused countless jaws to drop. A Melder? A Melder had been sent out? Many people had originally guessed that it would be Big Pow or Little Pow. After all, these two had teamed up to challenge a realm master and had the strength of an area master. Although it was difficult for them to light the incense stick due to their temperament, there was no reason for them to send out a Melder. That's right, Astral 10 had sent out Xia Luo. He stood there with a faint smile on his face, enduring the questioning and strange gazes of countless people in the universe. However, his expression did not change at all, and he even looked very relaxed. Wuda was excited. That's him. This person can easily resolve Uroha's attack, so he's definitely not simple. He might even have comprehended a domain and is a lockbreaker. If he succeeds in lighting the incense, he'll definitely shock the 10 academies. He'll be the first Melder in history to succeed in lighting the incense. Hurry up, he must succeed. In outer space, Madame Naylan was also stunned. She turned to look at Lu Yin. Astral 10 is really bold. Lu Yin smiled. He's very powerful. How powerful? Like silver? Madame Naylan was curious. Astral 10 had successfully piqued her curiosity. This expelled academy was very interesting. Lu Yin nodded. I don't know exactly how powerful he is. He hasn't shown it yet. Lu Xiaoyun indifferently replied, it seems like the rumors are true. You're just a front for Astral 10. Madame Naylan growled, "Xiaoyan, don't be rude." Lu Yin smiled and did not mind. At that moment the captain announced, "Madam, we're about to arrive at Astral 10. Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. It was finally their turn. Chapter 203. In the Great Yu Empire, Qingshan and Zhu Lang exchanged glances. This Xiao Luo had also come from the empire just like Silver. When had the empire become so powerful? The three academies challenge, knocking on the dragon's door and honoring the ancestors were all from the Great Yu Empire, and even Lu Yin was one of the seeded contestants. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but look at the palace. When Xiao Luo had entered Astral 10, Crown Prince Doran Yushan was told that he didn't have the authority to investigate his background. Perhaps only His Majesty knew of Xiao Luo's origins. Undying Yushan looked at his gadget, which displayed Xiao Luo's background. However, there were only 2 words, top secret. Undying Yushan did not have the authority to investigate because Xiao Luo's identity was a secret in the entire Outerverse. Looks like the Empire has produced some amazing people in the past few years. Undying Yushan sighed as he rubbed his head. In the Life-Seek realm, as the student leaders of the various academies rose to their feet, the ceremony officially began. The 10 of them lifted their feet at the same time and approached the ancient incense stick. The secret of the ancient incense was no longer a secret. This kind of domain-like suppression had long since spread. But even though everyone knew about it, they were still quite shocked to experience it for the first time. As he stepped into the range of the ancient incense, Lu Tang's gaze turned cold. He saw countless streams of sword qi tearing apart the starry sky. This was the battle intent of the ancient ancestors. Numerous swords slashed through the void towards him. He walked forward step by step facing death. The closer they got to the ancient incense stick, the greater the pressure they felt. The battle intent from the ancient ancestors also grew stronger and stronger. At this point, everyone could already see the difference between them. The girl from Astral 1, Lu Tang from Astral 2, the Day-Night clan member from Astral 3, Xia Yi from Astral 5, and Xiao Luo from Astral 10 were still steadily advancing, while the rest of them had more or less paused. Xiao Luo's performance left many people in awe. It wasn't easy for a melder to reach this point. At this moment, Silver was walking out of the valley slowly. Looking at the light screen in the sky, his lips curled up even more. You can't hold it in anymore. Some people are born ants and some people are destined to be extraordinary. Are you the same as me? Let me see it clearly. The incense stick was 1,000 meters away, but it was like the sky was falling. When Xiao Luo and the others were less than 100 meters away from the incense stick, they all stopped. Their fighting spirit roared as the ancient spirits of their ancestors allowed them to see something different. At this moment, even the girls from Astral 1 stopped and looked up at the sky in shock. They were looking at a scene that no one else could see. At the same time, the Naylan family's spacecraft entered Astral 10's space station. The hatch opened and Lu Yin stepped out first, followed by Lu Xiaoyan. Aside from the 2 of them, no one else was allowed to enter. "Auntie, I'll be leaving first," Lu Xiaoyan said. Lu Yin thanked Madame Naylan once again. Madame Naylan smiled and looked at him. "I don't know why, but I feel like you'll surprise me." "I hope so," Lu Yin smiled. When he saw Lu Xiaoyan glance over, he knew that she was anxious, so he immediately walked towards the teleportation device. Soon the 2 of them arrived at the trial zone entrance and saw the trial master. The trial master did not ask any further questions and allowed Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoyan to smoothly enter the trial zone mountain. Lu Xiaoyan didn't say anything else and immediately flew to the highest point of the trial zone mountain. She was Astral 7's realm master and had always been at the highest peak. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. Were all powerhouses this arrogant? His eyes suddenly blazed and he wondered what would happen if this arrogance was destroyed. He was looking forward to the strength of a sector lord. The girl from Astral 1 took the lead and continued walking towards the ancient incense stick. Lu Tang was right behind her and the rest of the group gradually arrived at the 100-meter mark. They did not stop for long and instead walked resolutely towards the incense stick. Battle intent did not cause any actual harm and it only affected one's state of mind. It tested one's strength as well as one's temperament. Although there were differences between the students sent by the 10 academies, they were not that great. In particular, Xiao Luo had stayed at the 100-meter mark for the longest time and had already caught up with the other academies. At this moment, Lu Yin appeared in a forest in the Life-Seek realm. He looked around and saw a figure rushing towards the east. His figure flashed and appeared in front of that figure, startling him. "Student, may I ask where the astral combat tournament will be held?" Lu Yin asked. That student had been eliminated during the knocking on the dragon's door, and he had endured the mental exhaustion after his death to re-enter the Life-Seek realm. He was in a very bad mood and wanted to scold Lu Yin, but then he remembered that this person had mysteriously appeared in front of him. Perhaps this person was a powerhouse, so he muttered, "It's directly east." "Thank you." Lu Yin nodded and then disappeared. A crack in the void extended far into the distance. That student was stunned. What the hell? He's so fast that he can tear through the void. Where did this freak come from? He's not even an area master and he's only a melder. Are there such freaks in the 10 academies? Or is he a powerhouse who's been frozen? That student was glad that he had not offended this person, as he would not have been able to re-enter if he had died again. Lu Xiaoyan's luck was much better than Lu Yin's, as she appeared not too far away from the tournament as soon as she arrived in the Life-Seek realm. When she appeared at the peak and walked to the 7th seat, the first incense stick in the distance emitted a green smoke that rose straight into the sky. All students of Astral 1 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls forever young. As the girl from Astral 1 paid her respects to the ancestors, everyone from the Astral Combat Academy bowed solemnly, including the student leaders and many of the spectating mentors. All students of Astral 2 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls forever young. All students of Astral 5 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls forever young. Xiao Luo was the last to reach the incense stick. He was about to light it when he suddenly paused and looked into the distance. At the same time, many people saw a black dot in the sky approaching at a moderate speed. It was Lu Yin, and he had intentionally slowed down as he approached the tournament grounds. Lu Yin directly ascended the peak. Kuang Wang frowned and waved his hand. "Get lost. Do you think that just anyone is qualified to come up here?" Kuang Wang's wind swept towards Lu Yin with an unstoppable force. Lu Yin also waved his hand and easily dispelled the wind. "I'm Lu Yin, Astral 10's student leader. Greetings, seniors." Kuang Wang was shocked. "You're Astral 10's student leader?" The other student leaders also looked at Lu Yin. Coincidentally, Xiao Luo's voice rang out at that moment. "All students of Astral 10 pay their respects to the ancestors' loyal souls forever young." 10 pillars of green smoke rose into the sky, seeming to reflect countless ancient powerhouses. Roars filled with battle intent could be heard in everyone's ears. This was a phenomenon in the Life-Seek realm that could not be transmitted to the rest of the universe. At this moment, countless people in the universe could only see the 10 pillars of green smoke rising into the sky and the 9 figures atop the peak. Wuda excitedly stared at Xiao Luo. "Success. This melder has successfully lit the incense. He'll be my greatest resource in the future. Right, there's also silver. Astral 10 will definitely have a lot of potential." Many of the spectating Astral Combat Academy students bowed towards the incense once more and then looked towards the peak, especially towards Lu Yin, who was in the 10th position. Many people mocked him. "Astral 10 really thinks that everyone is an idiot. They actually brought out a weakling. The strongest are Big Pao, Little Pao, Silver, Lulu Mavis and Xiao Luo. So Astral 10 isn't weak. Don't underestimate this person. After all, he defeated Craner, who's ranked 2nd on the Blaze Realm rankings. Even Shiyu suffered at his hands and many people have been blackmailed by him. It's obvious that someone helped him. After all, this is Astral 10, so it might have been a mentor." Behind Astral 5's war drums, Heart Phoenix stared at the screen. "He's finally here. Just you wait, I'll tear you apart." Not far from Heart Phoenix, a man with a simple longsword on his back also stared at the screen. "That's eldest senior sister's fiancé? He shouldn't be too weak. After all, he's a seeded contestant." Behind Astral SX's war drums, Sharon gritted his teeth. "That bastard isn't dead?" Frankfurt's face darkened. The person he had killed with a single strike was actually standing at the same height as the realm masters of the various academies. This was intolerable. Yuro was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This was the person who had first ambushed him. Behind Astral 8's war drums, Jared's gaze was gloomy as he clenched his fists. Shiyu's eyes widened. Pervert, just you wait. I'll make you pay the price. She subconsciously looked down at her chest. If it's not a washboard. In the great Yu Empire, undying Yushan looked at Lu Yin with gratification. This child had actually reached such heights. He hoped that Lu Yin would be able to endure it, but it was too difficult. It was impossible for Lu Yin to reach the level of a student leader in just a year. In the Ona family, Xueshan Ona and the rest were also watching the screen. They glanced at Jenny Ona. This girl was truly shocked. Lu Yin had reached such heights that she couldn't even imagine. Peach clenched her fists. Good luck, friend. On Earth, Zhou Xian and the rest were breathing rapidly. That's right, it was Lu Yin. It had only been a year since they had last seen each other, but he had already reached the peak of the universe's highest academy and represented Earth. Not many people on Earth knew Lu Yin, but many had heard of him. Because of him, Earth had been spared from the fate of being banished to the frontier, and countless cultivators had been able to continue living on Earth. Lu Yin's reputation had long since surpassed that of the Seven Sages. Now, countless people were experiencing the terror of the universe's top powerhouses for the first time, and Lu Yin was one of them. Above the vast continent at the edge of Sky City, Wendy Yushan was staring at a screen, deep in thought. Half of the participants had been eliminated from the crashing 3 academies, so there were 362 remaining. Including the participants from Astral 3, Astral 7 and Astral 10, there were a total of 598 participants. However, another 100 had been eliminated by the Dragon's Door, so there were 434 remaining. The Astral Combat Tournament's lot-drawing battles would be decided by these 434 participants. The ancient incense turned into green smoke and disappeared, causing everyone to turn their attention to the south. Below the peak of the top 10 student leaders, there was a huge plain. In the sky, a gust of wind transformed into countless shockwaves that cut through the plain, dividing it into 217 arenas. Each arena was surrounded by invisible shockwaves that prevented any attacks from reaching the other arenas. The lot-drawing competition would be held here, and the peak not far away was their target, the top 10 student leaders of the combat academies. The 10 student leaders represented the realm masters of the trial zones, the Council of Astral Academy and the 10 Arbiters Council. They had the right to directly submit issues to the 10 Arbiters Council. Chapter 204. The 10 Arbiters Council was a powerful organization that encompassed the entire universe. Regardless of person, power, or region, the younger generation was nominally under the 10 Arbiters Council's jurisdiction. Not only did they have the power to judge, but they even had a direct army. This was the greatest change to humanity since the creation of formcast models. Countless people dreamed of joining the 10 Arbiters Council and following the 10 great figures to start a new chapter for humanity. The Council of Astral Academy was very close to the 10 Arbiters. There were close to 10,000 students in the Astral Combat Academy, and there were countless hidden powerhouses. Everyone was waiting for this moment to arrive, where they could defeat the student leader in front of everyone and enter the 10 Arbiters' sights, becoming a famous young powerhouse in the universe. Amidst everyone's anticipation, numbers automatically appeared in front of every participant's eyes and flashed continuously before finally stopping. Place your hand on the numbers, a loud voice boomed from the sky. All the participants raised their hands and touched the numbers. The scene before their eyes changed as 434 people suddenly appeared in the arena. There were 2 people in each arena and all the participants were divided into groups. Aside from the student leader on the peak, the rest of the participants saw their opponents. Kill your opponent and you'll win, the voice boomed again. Everyone looked at the arena plains with fervor. The insufferably arrogant area masters, the powerhouses of the spirit hunters, hidden powerhouses and frozen geniuses would all be exposed here. At this moment no one could hide their strength. This was currently the most dazzling stage in the entire universe. With a loud shout, the battles in the 217 arenas began at the same time. Everyone could clearly see all the arenas on the screens. The battles began and ended quickly as well, as the gap between some of the participants was too great. In the trial zones, everyone had the symbol of their academy on their backs. Morrow felt that she was very lucky to have met a melder from Astral 10. It was obvious that he had just joined the academy not long ago. Although his appearance was a little intimidating, there were too many strange people in the universe. This did not necessarily mean that he was strong. Only the few that had been highlighted in the Academy's newspaper were strong. Dark Void stood opposite Morrow. He was very calm, and his black hair that seemed to swallow all light was indeed intimidating. Because of this, he attracted many people's attention. However, everyone's attention was quickly diverted away as a battle that attracted countless people was taking place not far from their arena. One of them was a day-night youth from Astral, who had come to pay respects to his ancestors. His opponent was also a youth who looked very ordinary, but this youth had managed to dodge several of the day-night youth's attacks. The man from the day-night clan was called Tiankong Day-Night, and he was one of the top 5 powerhouses in Astral 4. He was also one of the area masters of the Path of Slaughter. Unless his opponent was someone at the same level as him, he should have been able to instantly kill anyone. However, he was currently in a deadlock and his opponent was a stranger. He was not a senior from the Astral Combat Academy, but someone who had only recently joined Astral 3. The news of the Astral Combat Tournament being broadcasted across the entire universe had attracted countless geniuses, and that youth was one of them. However, no one knew who he was. Beng Tiankong Day Knight's attack covered the entire arena, causing the air above the arena to crack and even distort space until it was blocked by the invisible air waves at the edge of the arena. This attack could definitely hit that young man. However, as the dust settled, the young man with a rigid expression was still standing there, seemingly unaffected. Tiankong Day Knight's eyes narrowed. Impossible. At the same time, in another arena in the distance, Frankfurt gripped his spear tightly as he looked at the approaching vortex. His attack was useless as his battle force was easily shattered. The beautiful Zhou Xian was standing in the center of the vortex. Is this the battle technique that you inherited from Blackwater Lake? Frankfurt's voice was hoarse, and there was a trace of disbelief in his voice. Zhou Xian's expression was cold as she looked at Frankfurt with her beautiful eyes. Disappear. As she spoke, a cold moon vaguely appeared above her head, causing Frankfurt's body to freeze as the vortex swallowed him whole. The first area master had been defeated, and this shocked all of the Astral Combat Academy students. An area master was a powerhouse that was second only to a realm master, and there were only a few of them in each academy. Even the weakest of them could rank in the top 10 of their respective academies, but now they had been easily eliminated. This year's Astral Combat Tournament was unusual and everyone knew that, but no one had expected an area master to be defeated so quickly. It was Zhou Xian from the Frost Moon sect, who had also only recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. Morrow had been defeated in a baffling manner, but her heart had been shaken. She had been torn apart by a sliver of the void. That man from Astral 10 had been able to tear through the void so easily, which was too inconceivable. Astral 10 had hidden its strength far too well. Dark Void had won but Schutz had lost. No matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to comprehend battle force in this short period of time. He had plenty of battle experience, but he could only be easily crushed by an area master. He was very unlucky to have met an area master. It wasn't just Schutz. Even Zora and Zhao Yilong had been defeated without any suspense. All of the students who had been able to reach this stage were very strong. Although they couldn't compare to those who had been individually taught by their mentors for several months, a few months was still not enough to make up for the gap between them and a Lemeter genius. Sometimes 99% of effort was just 1% less than talent. In one of the arenas, Coco kept running while a man chased after her with a sword. He had been chasing her for a while now and this scene attracted a lot of attention. Many people were attracted by Coco's cuteness. Was this girl here to compete? You stop running. This is a fight, not a race. The man panted heavily as he looked at Coco helplessly. Coco pouted. I don't know how to fight. The man was speechless. Then admit defeat. I can't admit defeat. Either I win or I die. Then I die. You can't beat me anyway. No, I'm afraid of pain. I'll be very gentle. I'm afraid. Be good, just let me hit you. They'll hurt. The groups that had been fighting in the nearby arenas looked at this scene strangely. Was it really appropriate to say such things here? On the peak, Lu Xiaoyan glanced at Lu Yin strangely. You guys from Astral 10 have quite the character. Lu Yin felt awkward. Coco is still young, but she's very tough. Tough. Kwang Wang was confused. Of how? Lu Yin pointed below. Her innate talent is tough. Huang Wang looked down and his eyes widened. What's that? A syringe? He wasn't the only one. Lu Xiaoyun and a few other student leaders were also attracted to the scene. Even more people were attracted to Coco, who was hugging a giant syringe and aiming it at the man who was about to attack her. She puffed up her cheeks. Come on, let's stab each other. The man was stunned. What was that? Whoosh. Before the man could react, the needle had already pierced his body. Coco's eyes widened and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so slow. You were clearly chasing after me. I'm sorry. The man's face twitched and he looked at Coco helplessly. He felt like his reputation had been ruined by this brat. He was probably the first person in history to be stabbed to death by a needle. He felt like he was facing countless disdainful gazes from the entire universe and he really wanted to die. As the man's body disappeared, Coco patted her chest and exhaled. She looked up at the peak and smiled sweetly. Lu Yin smiled. This brat was very cute. Coco's victory was unexpected. At this point, many people had already been eliminated from the tournament, but the most shocking battle was Tiankong Day Knight's. No matter how he attacked, the youth in front of him was able to dodge. The more they watched, the more they felt that something was off. That's strange. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques are very strong, but that person's dodging is too smooth. It's like his body can instinctively dodge. Why does this reaction feel so familiar? I think I've heard of it before. Suddenly someone shouted, "It's Chaos God Mountain! It's Chaos God Mountain!" Countless people were horrified as they looked at the youth. At this moment he had easily dodged Tiankong Day Knight's finger attack. Suddenly he raised a hand and grabbed at Tiankong Day Knight. This attack was not fast, but Tiankong Day Knight could not dodge it in time and was caught by the youth. The next moment, Tiankong Day Knight's entire body was smashed into the ground. The arena was instantly shattered and Tiankong Day Knight spat out a mouthful of blood. His pupils dilated and a huge force almost pierced through him. However, this was not the end. He saw a black shadow in front of him and in the next moment he lost all of his strength. His vision turned dark and when he opened his eyes again he was already back at Astral 4's Trial Zone Mountain. Tiankong Day Knight roared. He had made a mistake and been defeated in an instant. That person was from Chaos God Mountain. That abnormal instinctive defense that could disrupt an opponent's breathing rhythm definitely belonged to Chaos God Mountain. Those lunatics. Outside the arena plains, Wuda was so excited that he found it hard to breathe. Chaos God Mountain? This is great. Another selling point. This is Chaos God Mountain, one of the rulers of the Innerverse's darkness. With an Astral 10 space station spacecraft, Madame Nalen's eyes flashed. Even someone from Chaos God Mountain had appeared, which meant that the Astral Combat Tournament had indeed attracted quite a number of freaks. Out in the universe, countless people were at a loss. They did not know how Tiankong Day Knight had been captured or how he had been killed so easily. Felt like all of this was fake. Atop a high mountain, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Chaos God Mountain? He had heard of them before and their methods were truly terrifying. They had trained their disciples to have abnormal instinctive reflexes and the ability to disrupt an opponent's breathing rhythm. They had also trained their disciples to attack at full strength. This was Chaos God Mountain. They had unimaginable reflexes for dodging attacks, and those who fought against them would either be crushed or not caught. Once caught, it would be game over. Of the 8 largest flow zones in the Innerverse, one was called Chaos Flow Zone. It was filled with the dark side of the universe, and Chaos God Mountain was one of the overlords of that Chaos Flow Zone. Astral 3's leader, Night Queen Yanqing, had an ugly expression on her face. Although Tiankong Day Knight was from Astral 4, he was still a member of the Day Knight clan. Yet he had been beaten up by Chaos God Mountain and used as a stepping stone for fame. This was unforgivable. Astral 4's leader, Shui Luyun, was still indifferent, but his eyes were fixed on the person from Chaos God Mountain. That person's name was Xianxia. Not long after Tiankong Day Knight's defeat, another area master died, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. The person who had killed the area master was Heart Phoenix, a Melder student. Although he was only a Melder, he had done something that had shaken the entire Astral Combat Academy. Phoenix? I remember that there's also a Phoenix in the 10 Arbiters. Someone exclaimed, but he was immediately stopped by someone beside him. Do you want to die? You can't mention the names of the 10 arbiters. They are supreme existences. Chapter 205. Heart had transformed into an unrecognizable person. He looked up at the peak with an undisguised arrogance on his face. His brother had always been a realm breaker, and he had even fought against explorers as a melder. He had only defeated a Limiter area lord, which was not his limit. He had already broken through the undying bird and become a different kind of life form. His goal was to become a realm lord, and Lu Yin was no longer qualified. Many people knew that this astral combat tournament would attract many powerhouses, but they had not expected that several area lords would be eliminated in the first round of the tournament. They were area lords after all. In the previous astral combat tournaments, area lords would usually fight until the third round, and they would only be eliminated when they met a realm lord. This time, however, several had been eliminated in the first round, which was unbelievable. At this moment, flames soared into the sky and even changed the temperature of the land. Countless people looked over and saw a man standing tall in the sky, looking down with cold arrogance. Flames roared all around him, but these weren't flames simulated by star energy. These were real flames, and they were accompanied by a black hue that distorted the void and caused spatial cracks to appear. In the arena below, a woman knelt and looked up in fear. The man laughed maniacally and rose even higher until he was level with the peak and the student leaders of the various academies. Fengshang, it's been so many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to become a realm lord. His words shocked countless people. On the peak, Astral 8's leader Fengshang looked at the man in astonishment. You are. The man laughed. Old friend, you really don't remember? I was the one who turned you to ashes back then. It's been so many years. Do you even know how to speak now? In front of their screens, countless people stared blankly at this scene. Fengshang's expression suddenly turned cold. I remember now. So it's you, Eriker. I finally remember. I didn't expect that the impulsive junior from back then would become a realm lord. You're quite capable, Eriker laughed strangely. Fengshang's expression was icy. You lost to Big Brother Nail when you fought for the position of realm lord, and then you ambushed him. It's been so many years since we last met, but you were able to rejoin the academy. Looks like your bone age has been frozen. Eriker's eyes narrowed and a bone-chilling light flashed through them. There's no need to mention the past. This time I broke out of the ice in order to wash away the humiliation from all those years ago. Nail has already died on the battlefield at the border of the star field, so it's up to you to repay everything he owes me. After he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down, and the void flames transformed into a black palm that covered the entire arena. With a bang, the woman who had been fighting against Eriker vanished, and a part of the arena disappeared as well. Countless people were shocked, as this person had actually competed with Astral 8's previous realm master. He was another frozen genius. Fengshang's expression was gloomy as he stared at the burnt arena. He recalled the battle that he had witnessed when he had first joined the Astral Combat Academy. It was because of that battle that he had gained a new understanding of power, and this person had been one of the main characters of that battle. What a powerful palm technique, Lu Yin praised. Why is this person's attack style similar to that of the Blaze Realms? Fengshang replied calmly, he's a powerhouse from the Blaze Realm. He was ranked first on the Blaze Realm rankings before Jia. So that's how it is. No wonder he was so annoying, Lu Yin muttered. To the side, Astral 9's leader Lu Yin took off his headphones and looked confused. It's so hot. What happened? Lu Yin glanced at him strangely. Is this guy really the leader? The first round of drawing lots eliminated half of the participants, leaving 217 people to advance. The arena planes changed once again, and this time the 217 arenas were split into even larger arenas. There were now only 108 arenas, and numbers appeared in front of each participant once again. Everyone didn't need to be reminded. They just raised their hands and tapped lightly. The scene before them changed and they all appeared in their respective arenas. Among them, a short man stood in a daze with a confused look in his eyes. Mentor, what about me? The short man asked as he looked up. You advanced. The loud voice gave everyone a fright. The short man was ecstatic as one of them had indeed advanced in a 2-on-1 battle. He was just too lucky. Coco looked at him enviously, but when she looked forward, she was on the verge of tears. There was a muscular man standing in front of her. He was at least 3 meters tall and had a square face. One look and one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. How did she end up with someone like him? Rest for 3 hours. The competition will begin in 3 hours. The loud voice rang out once more. A strong gust of wind appeared in the middle of the arena, separating the two participants. The break was not only for the sake of the participating students, but also for the sake of the countless spectators. It wasn't a good idea to end the astral combat tournament so quickly. A day had passed between the first round of the astral combat tournament and the end of the first round of drawing lots. The astral combat tournament would last for at least 3 days, which meant that there would be a break after each round of drawing lots. Lu Yin sat in the 10th seat at the peak. He had to admit that he felt a sense of superiority from where he sat, and it wasn't unreasonable for all the other students to fight for this seat. The competition was temporarily paused and countless people in front of their screens focused on the 10 student leaders. They were the 10 strongest people on the surface. Aside from Astral One's student leader who had yet to arrive, the other 9 were the focus of everyone's attention. Lu Yin was the only one who attracted the most attention because he was the only melder. Astral 10 was good at creating miracles, and this was what many people thought. Silver had defended the valley's last line of defense. Lulu had beaten the war drums and Xia Luo had lit the ancient incense. These were all things that only a Lemaitre could accomplish, and Astral 10 had only sent out melders. However, no matter how miracles were created, it was impossible for a melder to be able to match the student leaders. Only the 10 arbiters had managed to do so, so what did this person have? Lu Yin's identity was revealed layer by layer, and there was nothing special about him. The Great Yu Empire was just a weak power that could be destroyed with a flip of their hand, and Earth was something that no one had even heard of. Even though countless people were cheering in the Great Yu Empire and on Earth, there were too few of them and they were like dust to the universe. However, Lu Yin sat there with a clear conscience. He didn't care what others said, but the chair was a little hard. Feng Shang sized Lu Yin up curiously. Lu Yin felt his gaze and smiled. "Senior Feng, do you have any advice for me?" Feng Shang smiled. "I thought that I was already very ambitious, but I didn't expect you to be even more ambitious. Junior, how does this seat feel?" Lu Yin nodded. "Not bad. Aside from the fact that the chair is a little hard, everything else is fine. Right, it would be even better if there was something to eat." "Ah, interesting." Feng Shang laughed, but he didn't say anything else. He couldn't sense any great power from Lu Yin. Either way, Lu Yin was hiding it too well, or he was really just a front that Astral 10 had created. No matter what, no melder other than the 10 arbiters had been able to stand side by side with a realm master, and it was even more impossible for Lu Yin to do so. It could only be said that Astral 10 was too careful, as they were afraid that others would rob them of their hopes of rising up. On Feng Shang's other side, Lu Xiaoyun's gaze was fixed on a certain arena where a very young man was sitting. He was about the same age as Lu Yin, and he was sitting cross-legged with a rusty iron sword condensed from star energy resting on his lap. He was just sitting there silently, but Lu Xiaoyun's gaze never left him. He was Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's gaze moved past Feng Shang and the others to Night Queen Yanqing. Aside from Astral One's leader, he was most curious about this Night Queen Yanqing. She was a Night Queen from the Day Knight royal family, and she was just like Qingyu, one who stood above the rest of the Day Knight clan. He still remembered the name at the top of the stone tablet when he had first entered the Day Knight clan's inheritance corridor. Night King Zhenwu, but he didn't know who that person was. Night Queen Yanqing sensed Lu Yin's gaze on her, and she glanced at him and frowned. Lu Yin retracted his gaze, closed his eyes and exhaled. Night Queen Yanqing snorted, as a mere piece of trash was actually sitting at the same table as her. It was a pity that she hadn't been able to kill Astral 10 with a single blow and had only managed to expel them from the Innerverse. In the Innerverse, in the erudite flow zone, a giant tributary of the Astral River flowed behind the Innerverse, adorning the starry sky. It looked beautiful, but it also contained a threat that could kill a hunter. Outside the erudite flow zone's tributary was a giant defensive net formed by numerous planets that stretched for an unknown distance. This was one of the borders between the human domain and the astral beast domain. In the command room of an enormous warship, a man stood there. He was thin and not very tall, but his presence seemed to exude a boundless charm that caused all the soldiers on the battlefield to go crazy. This man was Xianxia, the commander of the Human Domain's border war. He was known as one of the most strategic commanders in human history. As he watched the astral combat tournament screen, Xianxia's lips curled up into an indescribable smile. His eyes were filled with an unfathomable thought. 3 hours quickly passed, and as the energy in the center of the arena dissipated, the second battle was about to begin. This time many people had their own targets. For example, Feng Shang had his eyes on Eriker, Night Queen Yanqing had her eyes on Zhou, and many other veteran area masters from the various academies had their own supporters. Jared's face was gloomy as Eriker's appearance had caused him to lose all of his glory. The Blaze Realm had invested all of its resources into Eriker, and even the vessel for the Blaze Realm's inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword, had been given to Eriker. Jared had been stripped of everything and he was unwilling to accept this. As he looked at the attacking student in front of him, Jared's suppressed anger erupted. He waved his hands and created a strange ripple that clashed with the Lemeter student. In an instant, the Lemeter student's eyes went blank and he collapsed to the ground, dead. This scene was witnessed by many, especially Craner, who had been paying attention to Jared, who felt a chill run down his spine. This was the battle technique that Jared had inherited from the Tao of Illusions. It was strange, unpredictable and unpredictable. Jared was not the first area master to erupt. The appearance of Eriker and the others made the veteran area masters of the Astral Combat Academy feel a sense of crisis, and they all began to erupt. Instantly, many familiar battle techniques and powerhouses were revealed, creating a visual feast for the eyes of countless people watching the screens. The effects of the Astral Combat Tournament were beginning to show. Many people felt that if the Astral Combat Academy students were this powerful, then the other astral domains would not be able to compare. Furthermore, even more people wanted to showcase themselves on such a glorious stage. Now that a considerable portion of the universe's network had been connected, such a glorious stage could be seen at any time. This completely ignited the passion of countless people. Chapter 206. The defeat at the Astral Combat Tournament had nothing to do with the Astral Combat Tournament, but it had been used by some people to recruit soldiers. It had to be said that this method was very effective. At the very least, those who could not enter the Astral Combat Academy would choose to join the military, which was enough. Besides, the tournament's main purpose was to raise morale and reverse the negative effects of the defeat. From Lu Yin's perspective, the Astral Combat Tournament was more like a way to cover up the haze of defeat. However, it did not matter. The higher-ups sometimes had no choice but to make decisions, and it was not bad for the students to be given a stage like this. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the geniuses fighting below the peak. He recalled the scene at the pirate port and the desperate situation on Drift Charge Planet. This was not the position that he wanted. He looked to his side where the 10 student leaders stood at the peak looking down on the masses. They seemed high and mighty, but in reality they were just being toyed with by others. Those people could strip them of everything they had at any time. That was the position that Lu Yin wanted. Lu Yin smiled. He was overthinking things. He did not have the qualifications to think about such things right now. At this moment, Night Queen Yanqing's face suddenly sank. Lu Yin looked down and saw that many people were watching as well. Hui Day Night had been defeated. The Day Night clan was the focus of attention everywhere, even in Astral 10. Hui Day Night had attracted a lot of attention from his first battle, and his defeat had also caused a commotion. The one who had defeated him was a girl who looked very ordinary, but she had blocked Hui Day Night's battle techniques and left him helpless. In the end, he had been defeated. There were too many geniuses in the Astral Combat Academy, so Hui Day Night's defeat was not strange. However, not far from Hui Day Night's arena, a corpse fell down and attracted Lu Yin's attention. It was not just Lu Yin. Astral Axis leader Dao Bo also stood up and stared at the scene. Dao Bo's actions attracted the attention of others and they all looked at the arena. The corpse that had fallen down was Euro. Lu Yin's face turned solemn as he looked at the man standing not far from Euro. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Euro had been instantly killed by this person. What incredible speed! No, rather than speed, it was more accurate to say that this person had broken through space. It was like a domain. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Right, this person's domain was very similar to Silver's, and it seemed to have been comprehended for the sake of killing others. Many people looked at the person in confusion. This person was unfamiliar, but he had instantly killed Euro, who was an area master. Who was this person? Nobody recognized the man who had instantly killed Euro. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. At first glance he appeared quite ordinary, but he had unleashed a thunderous attack. So it's him. I didn't think that he'd come as well. A pleasant voice rang out not too far away from him. When he turned around, his pupils shrank. When had this happened? The first seat, which had originally been empty, was now occupied by a woman with a veil covering her face. Her appearance was similar to the woman who had paid respects to the ancestors, and she had a graceful temperament that seemed like she could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, this woman had appeared without Lu Yin noticing, and he had only noticed her when she spoke. That girl was Astral One's leader. You know him? Dao Bo asked in a deep voice. Calcifer, an assassin from 100 years ago. You know someone from 100 years ago? Feng Shang was surprised. The girl turned around and a trace of a smile appeared in her resplendent eyes, as if the stars themselves were smiling. Because he tried to assassinate Star Sibyl. That one sentence shocked all the student leaders, and even Lu Yin, who had been shaking his head from side to side, was stunned. He looked at Astral One's leader in disbelief. You're saying that he tried to assassinate Star Sibyl? Lu Xiaoyan was shocked. Astral One's leader nodded. Yes. Although he failed, it was recorded in the dossiers. Who would have thought that after being frozen for 100 years, he would join the Astral Combat Academy as soon as he came out? I don't know what he's thinking now that he's exposed to the entire universe. You guys allowed him to live? Night Queen Yanqing looked at Astral One's leader strangely. Astral One's leader smiled. It's fine. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he did not ask any further questions. These people did not acknowledge him, and it would be even more awkward if no one answered his questions. However, Night Queen Yanqing's words caught his attention. Who was she referring to? What did Calcifer's assassination of Star Sibyl have to do with Astral One's leader? Calcifer's strength had shocked countless people, but not many had recognized him, so the news had not spread. Soon after, another unexpected battle overshadowed Calcifer and attracted all of Lu Yin's attention. Big Pao was in danger. Ever since they had teamed up to challenge Kuang Wang, Big Pao's and Little Pao's reputations had been constantly rising, attracting the attention of the entire Astral Combat Academy and even the outside world. After all, anyone in the younger generation who could rival a realm master was considered a genius. However, at this moment Big Pao was not in a good state. He was panting heavily and his entire body was in a sorry state. His shoulder had been pierced and fresh blood was flowing down his arm. It was a Melder Realm Sylvan Dragon that had forced him into such a desperate situation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was no stranger to Sylvan Dragons, but a Melder Realm Sylvan Dragon had been able to force Big Pao into such a desperate situation. Its strength was comparable to that of Xia Luo and the others. So it's Long Yi. The Sylvan Dragon tribe has really invested a lot for the Astral Combat Tournament, Feng Shang said in surprise. Lu Yin looked at him. You know him? Feng Shang smiled. Of course. This Sylvan Dragon is very famous. 15 years ago he challenged one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin was shocked. The 10 arbiters referred to the current generation's 10 authoritative figures of the Universe Youth Council. None of the previous generation's authoritative figures had been referred to as the 10 arbiters, which meant that this Sylvan Dragon had challenged one of the 10 arbiters, even if it had been 15 years ago. I remember now. 15 years ago, an absolute genius appeared in the Sylvan Dragon tribe. He had a terrifying innate gift, and the tribe called him the symbol of their rise. It was him, right? Night Queen Yanqing asked disdainfully. Feng Shang nodded. That's right. 15 years ago that arbiter was only a sentinel. The two of them battled and this Sylvan Dragon suffered a crushing defeat. According to the bet, he should have become that arbiter's mount, but the Sylvan Dragon tribe acted shamelessly and hid him away. He was sealed in ice for 15 years before coming out. Kuang Wang sneered. He didn't come out just because of the Astral Combat Tournament. Perhaps he also wants to curry favor with the 10 arbiters. Being their mount isn't shameful at all. This tribe is becoming more and more shameless. You guys seem to hate the Sylvan Dragon tribe. Lu Yin was curious. Feng Shang glanced at him and smiled without saying anything. No one likes traitors, Dao Bo said. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. Down below, Big Pao looked at the sylvan dragon in front of him and smiled bitterly. He had been careless. He had thought that he would be easy to deal with, but he had not expected to be heavily injured by a strange ray. If he had known earlier, he would not have held back and would have ended the battle right from the start. Across from him, Dragon One's enormous body pressed down and split into 5. This was the Sylvan Dragon's extreme speed, and it left afterimages in the void. It was impossible to distinguish the dragon's true form, and each of them opened their mouths. Big Pao's scalp went numb and battle force patterns appeared on his body. He had already used his strongest power, but a ray still pierced through his body and killed him instantly. Many people lamented in front of their screens. Two-line battle force was already very strong and Big Pao was definitely an area master, but he had still been defeated. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at the ground. This was Dragon One's innate gift. Big Pao's corpse fell to the ground, but it had not completely disappeared. Dragon One stepped on it with a claw and raised his head to roar fiercely. He then turned back to face the peak and let out another roar that shook the void. This thing is still so disgusting. Quang Wang's gaze was cold as if he hated the Sylvan Dragon clan. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he stepped on Big Pao's corpse. This was an insult and this thing deserved to be taught a lesson. In the second round, Coco was defeated by the muscular man. No matter how fast she was, the muscular man attacked the entire arena indiscriminately, and the intensity of his attacks exceeded Coco's limit. Just like Zhao Yilong, she could only lose. Many area masters were defeated in this round as well, and many powerhouses were exposed. Most of these people had only recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. This result displeased the various student leaders, as those who had only recently joined the Astral Combat Academy could not even be considered students. They were just outsiders, yet they had continued to provoke them. Lu Yin could already feel a few people on the verge of exploding with anger. These people were too arrogant and thought that defeating an area master would allow them to dominate the Astral Combat Academy. The true powerhouses of the Astral Combat Academy were all here. Astral 10's results exceeded many people's expectations. Xia Luo, Silver, Dark Void, Lulu, Little Pao and Michelle had all won. Astral 10 only had 14 students, and with Lu Yin more than half of them had won. The Sand Master and Rain Master were watching from the sidelines, and they were very satisfied with this result. These students had only been under their tutelage for about half a year, so this result was already quite good. If this had happened when they had just entered the academy, none of them would have been able to defeat them. After the second round, there was also a 3-hour break to allow the spectators to catch their breaths. At this moment, the arena planes had undergone another huge change. The number of arenas had increased to 54, and there were now 108 participants. Once again, one person had advanced to the next round. At this point in the competition, no one was relying on luck anymore. The remaining participants were the true elites of their respective academies, and almost all of them were ranked in the top 10. Almost a quarter of them were area masters, which meant that anyone had a high chance of defeating an area master. Apu felt that he was very lucky, and he was sincerely grateful to the heavens for allowing him to rush through the 3 academies with the majority of the students. In the first round, his opponent had been a melder. Although a melder who had reached this stage was definitely a genius, geniuses still needed time to grow. That person had obviously not yet matured, and Apu had narrowly defeated him. In the second round, Apu had advanced to the next round. Apu's original goal had been to reach the second round at most, and that would have been enough to bring glory to his ancestors. Although he was ranked in the top 15 of his academy, he knew how monstrous those who could reach this stage were. He wasn't greedy and all he wanted was to enter the second round. But now his thoughts had changed. When he looked at the youth in front of him, he felt as if the god of luck had descended upon him. Another melder. The youth in front of him. No, although he looked young, he should be around 20 years old. Let's call him a youth for the time being. That youth in front of him must have relied on luck to reach this stage. What a pity he had actually met Apu. That youth's luck had reached its end, but Apu didn't know when his luck would end. Chapter 207. From Apu's point of view, he had easily passed the third round, But what about the fourth round? Apu felt a headache coming on, as the 10 student leaders would be participating in the fourth round. Hold on. Apu suddenly thought of something and looked up at the peak. There seemed to be someone among the 10 student leaders to make up the numbers. That's right, it was Astral 10's leader. That youth was just there to make up the numbers. Many people had said that he was just a front for Astral 10, and that was definitely true. That person would be Apu's next opponent as long as he was lucky enough. The more Apu thought about it, the more excited he became. God bless him. Could he not only make it to the fourth round but even the fifth? That would make him famous throughout the universe. Apu's gaze drifted as he imagined the scene of him returning to his home planet. How would those high and mighty authorities welcome him? Would that super-rich, snobbish second uncle of his come to flatter him? There was also the beautiful Leona. Oh, Leona, his dream. He would definitely marry her when he returned. He was a super powerhouse who had made it to the fifth round of the Astral Combat Tournament. Apu was still dreaming when the energy in the center of the arena disappeared, signifying the start of the battle. Suddenly there was a flash of light. What was that? Apu was displeased. Who was interrupting his discussion of life with Leona? The next moment the scene in front of him changed. He looked around and blinked. Wasn't this the Trial Zone Mountain? Had he died? Apu's name had spread throughout the universe, not because he was strong, but because he had broken the record for speed of death. However, he had been killed in an instant. Those who could make it to the third round were all extraordinary powerhouses, and it was almost impossible for them to be killed instantly. However, Apu had died just like that, and he hadn't even raised his head when he died. This scene stunned countless people, and then one after another Lu Xiaoqiu's name appeared. Lu Yin stared at the arena where the youth who had instantly defeated Apu was. Was he Lu Xiaoqiu? Wasn't he a Lemiter? Lu Xiaoyun stared at Lu Xiaoqiu, and similarly Lu Xiaoqiu turned to look at the peak. His gaze was very calm, as if he didn't place anyone in his eyes. Compared to Eriker, Long Yi and the others, Lu Xiaoqiu was far too calm. However, it was precisely this calmness that caused the other student leaders to remain silent. This was because Lu Xiaoqiu had the qualifications to do so. He was a freak from the sword sect from the Innerverse First Flow Zone. Because of him, Lu Xiaoyun had been forced to join the Astral Combat Academy. If she had stayed in the sword sect, she would never have been able to defeat Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoyun did not care about the Astral Combat Tournament. She only cared about Lu Xiaoqiu. Astral One's student leader had a look of admiration. This generation's sword sect has produced two absolute geniuses. One became one of the 10 arbiters and the other is right in front of us. I really want to experience the terror of the 13 swords. You'll regret this, Lu Xiaoyun said indifferently as she tightened her grip on her sword. Astral One's leader smiled but did not say anything. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Lu Yin with a strange look in his eyes. There was also a hint of battle intent. Due to the distance, no one knew who Lu Xiaoqiu was looking at. Only Lu Yin could sense that Lu Xiaoqiu was looking at him. It was a strange feeling. Could it be that this person could sense his strength? Lu Yin found it strange, but the invisible aura technique was very useful. At the very least, Lu Xiaoyun and the other leaders couldn't sense his true strength. Only Lu Xiaoqiu acted strangely. Boom. In another arena, Michelle had been defeated by Yu Xianzi. Against that vortex, all of Michelle's attacks were useless as they were easily dispelled. The difference between them was too great. Shiyu had also been defeated. Even though her strength was close to an area master's, she was still lacking when facing a true area master. Dark Void had also been defeated, but his defeat was baffling. His battle had been an eye-opener for Lu Yin, not because of Dark Void, but because of Dark Void's opponent, a seemingly humble person. In the arena, the black ink slowly faded away to reveal a young man in long robes. He held a brush in his hand, an ancient writing tool that gave him a scholarly air. It was this person who had defeated Dark Void. Many people were confused, unable to understand this person's attack methods. Atop the peak, Astral 2's leader Han Chong smiled. He hadn't expected that those old fogies would allow their disciples to participate in such a competition. Interesting. The most eye-catching battle of the third round was a violent confrontation. On one side was Astral 7's Dai Ao, the guardian who had broken through 3 academies, and on the other side was Astral 10's Lulu Mavis. No one had expected these two to fight so fiercely. Lulu's terrifying strength clashed with Daoist's starburst palm, and they clashed head-on from the very start. The spectators were all fired up, especially one from the Mavis family. The Mavis family had always been synonymous with wealth, and everyone knew that they were very strong. However, few knew exactly how strong they were. This battle had made countless people realize just how strong the Mavis family was. There was no need to hide her terrifying strength, as she had forcefully broken Daoist's starburst palm. Daoist endured the pain as he looked at Lulu. This woman was very strong. Lulu rubbed her reddened wrist. "Hey, you're still not using your innate gift of gravity?" Daoist frowned. "Then be careful." Lulu pouted. "Boring ego." With that, her body suddenly disappeared. This was White Flash, and Night Queen Yanqing, who was watching from the peak, raised an eyebrow. Daoist's eyes widened. He hadn't expected this woman to possess such extreme speed. However, gravity was the nemesis of speed. In the next moment, the entire battle stage was enveloped by a black gravitational force. The gravitational force was 150 times stronger than normal, causing the ground to crack. Lulu's body flickered as she appeared in the air. Daoist struck out with his palm, similarly using the starburst palm. However, facing Daoist's attack this time, Lulu wasn't able to block it so easily. The gravitational force limited her attack speed. Daoist pressed down with a single palm, intending to crush Lulu with pure force. Battle force suddenly appeared on Lulu's body, and she tore through the force to counteract some of the gravitational force. She then counterattacked with a punch towards Daoist. Daoist's eyes darkened, and the gravitational force on the arena suddenly disappeared. Only a black halo appeared on his palm as he struck out. The starburst palm collided with Lulu's fist, and shockwaves swept out in all directions, tearing through the void. Although the shockwaves were unable to break through the barrier between the two arenas, they changed direction and blasted into the sky. It was as if space itself had been sliced apart, and it was a shocking sight. Lulu was pressed into the ground by Daoist's palm. The black halo of gravitational force greatly increased the power of the starburst palm, and it crushed her heart meridian. Lulu had been defeated. In a distant arena, Grandine Mavis shook her head. Lulu was still young, and she had not truly grasped the Mavis family's strength. However, she had tried to learn from other races to increase her strength, which had led to her taking a wrong path. In an arena just a few meters away from Grandine Mavis, a man looked at her with trepidation. At this moment, there was no arena beneath Grandine Mavis's feet, as everything had been reduced to dust. As for her opponent, he had long since disappeared. This freakishly strong woman. Xia Luo, Silver, and Little Pao did not fight intensely. Perhaps it was because their opponents were not strong, but they had smoothly passed the third round of battles. Next up was the fourth round of battles, and the student leaders of the various academies would also participate. In the Life-Seek realm outside the arena plains, all of the spectating students had solemn expressions. This was the true beginning of the Astral Combat Tournament. In front of their screens, countless people were excited. Would the 10 student leaders be able to fend off the freakish geniuses who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy? Wuda was so excited that he did not know what to say. This season's Astral Combat Tournament was enough for him to split it into 5 segments. Within Astral 10's space station, Madame Naylan was sipping her tea as she stared at the screen with anticipation. She hadn't told Lu Xiaoyun about Lu Yin's survival in outer space because it was simply too unbelievable. No one would believe that a melder could survive in outer space. Because of this, she had high hopes for Lu Yin. In the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan stood up with a solemn expression. Little Yin was finally going to fight. In the Ona family, Jenny Ona was speechless. She had heard countless rumors that the Astral Combat Academy was filled with freakish geniuses, but it was only now that she truly understood. Was Lu Yin really going to compete with these people? On Earth, countless people were excited as they stared at their screens. At this moment, no matter what they were doing, as long as they could watch the tournament on their screens, they would all put down whatever they were doing and wait for the real Astral Combat Tournament to begin. The fourth round of drawing lots took a full 5 hours. 5 hours later, Lu Yin and the others stood up on a high peak. At this moment, the arena plains changed once again. The remaining 54 participants and the 10 seeded contestants made a total of 64 people, and they were supposed to be divided into 32 arenas. However, the entire arena plains had returned to their original state, and even the traces of the previous battles had disappeared. The next round will be one battle at a time. There's no need to be dazzled, someone commented. That's true. The previous astral combat tournaments have always been like this. There's only one arena for the fourth round of drawing lots. No one can rely on luck to pass this round. Wrong. There's someone who's relied on luck to survive until now. That Zhou Xian not only used other people's help to defeat Craner and Heart Phoenix, but he also shamelessly created public opinion to promote himself. A while ago he even made up a rumor that he died at the pirate port, and there was even a video of it. He's really shameless. That's true, but the higher he climbs, the harder he'll fall. This is a stage for the entire universe. Let's see how he'll survive. On a high peak, the number 1 suddenly appeared in front of Feng Shang. He looked up and tapped his finger lightly, causing his body to appear in the center of the arena plains. Zhou Xian was astonished, as he had not expected a realm master to fight in the first round. It seemed that the mentors of the Astral Combat Academy had been suppressing themselves for a long time. Feng Shang's opponent was Eriker. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then their gazes turned fervent. Feng Shang versus Eriker was definitely the most anticipated battle. After Eriker's identity had been revealed during the first round of drawing lots, many people knew that he was Feng Shang's senior and a genius who had been frozen by the Blaze Realm. He had once competed with the previous leader of Astral 8 for the position of Realm Master and had lost. This battle between the two would definitely be a highlight, and it would also show the difference in strength between Feng Shang and the previous leader. Eriker excitedly stared at Feng Shang. I didn't expect you to fight in the first round. The mentors of the Astral Combat Academy are still so understanding. Feng Shang calmly replied, let's begin. It seems like you're very confident. Even Nail had to be cautious against me, Eriker sneered. Chapter 208. Feng Shang squinted at Eriker's words and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. You're not worthy of mentioning Brother Nail's name. The reason why I lost to Nail back then was because the Blaze Realm didn't give me a vessel for the Karmic Flame Sword. This time I've brought it with me. Junior brother, have a taste of what it feels like to be burned to ashes, Eriker said arrogantly. After saying this, he soared into the sky. Black dots of light filled the sky, followed by surging flames. This scene was the same as before. Feng Shang stood in place and calmly watched as Eriker soared into the sky and pressed down with his palm. The flaming palm covered an area of 1,000 meters. On the screen, everything that could be seen was being incinerated by the flames, causing the void to distort. Spatial cracks spread along the flames, devouring the flames and accelerating the collapse of the void. It was an extremely shocking scene. Outside the plains, Jared's face paled. This was Eriker's black gold palm. His innate gift, black gold, could incinerate the flames as long as there was a trace of heat. The flames were extremely hot, and when combined with the Blaze Realm's battle techniques, they formed a battle technique that Eriker had used to dominate the Astral Combat Academy. It was also his trademark. Tearing through the void was the mark of a powerhouse. Generally speaking, only space-exploring powerhouses could do so, but in the Astral Combat Tournament, tearing through the void had become a common occurrence. The void was formless, and tearing it apart required an unimaginable amount of strength. The flames that could distort the void and cause it to collapse caused countless people's scalps to go numb, especially the Outerverse younger generation. This palm made them realize the hopeless gap between them and Eriker. This palm was enough to make space-exploring powerhouses raise their eyebrows. Boom. The ground was reduced to dust by the black gold palm, and a pitch-black palm imprint appeared on the screen. The remaining flames swept out in all directions, burning the entire arena plains. As the scorching heat wave swept across the plains, a significant portion of the spectating students retreated uncontrollably. Even the nearby peak where the student leaders were seated trembled. Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed. Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed. What a powerful palm and what a high temperature. Compared to him, a nuke and the rest were nothing. As the flames on the ground burned away, everyone looked inside. How was Feng Shang doing? A gust of wind blew past, dispersing the last of the flames to reveal a trace of green. The ground within 1,000 meters had been incinerated by the palm imprint, and only that trace of green remained unscathed. Feng Shang's body was surrounded by a hurricane and he slowly looked up. Is that all you've got? Many students cheered and shouted Feng Shang's name. In front of their screens, countless spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. That attack, which could be considered as a peak Lemaitr's power, had not caused even the slightest bit of damage to this person. This was a student leader of one of the top 10 combat academies, a trial zone's realm master. High up in the sky, Eriker's pupils shrank. Impossible. Even Nail would have had a hard time taking my dark gold palm head-on. How are you completely unharmed? Feng Shang's eyes were cold. Times have changed. Frozen geniuses? What a joke, they're just a bunch of pitiful creatures who can't keep up with the times. Shut up, you're just a mere follower of Nail. I'll let you experience the top battle techniques of the fire domain, Eriker roared. Veins popped out all over his body as a dark red color flowed through them. The Karmic Flame Sword was the fire domain's strongest battle technique that had been passed down since ancient times, and only the top disciples could learn it. However, learning it was one thing, but a vessel was required in order to fully use it. This vessel was not a physical weapon, but rather an indescribable flame that had been unintentionally unlocked by an almighty from the fire domain countless years ago. Only by absorbing a trace of this flame could one use the Karmic Flame Sword. This flame had been fused with star energy and was not an external force, so it could be used in the trial zones. It was similar to an innate gift, and this was something that Eriker had obtained from Jared. The fire domain had been constantly consuming this flame for countless years, and there was not much left. Even the top disciples were unable to obtain even a trace of it. Countless people in the Innerverse knew that the fire domain had the Karmic Flame Sword, but very few knew what it was or why there was such a huge difference between the two techniques. High up in the sky, Eriker raised his right arm as a trace of dark red light swam around his body like a living creature. Finally, it appeared between his right index finger, and in the next moment, an indescribably terrifying fluctuation spread out, causing ripples in the void. The entire world turned dark red as an endless heat spread out. Many people were shocked as they could already tell how terrifying this power was even before it was released. Eriker stared at his right index finger with a feverish gaze. This was the exact feeling he was feeling. The Karmic Flame Sword that was being used with that trace of inherited flame was terrifying. At this moment he would even dare to challenge an explorer, let alone a mere Feng Shang. Suddenly, Eriker felt his scalp go numb, and he instinctively turned to the side, but it was too late. Feng Shang's figure appeared in front of him, and he felt an intense pain in his abdomen. Don't take so long in your next battle. These were the last words that Eriker heard before he died. The Karmic Flame Sword was very powerful, and it was an inherited battle technique from the fire domain, an ancient power in the Innerverse. It was enough to shock countless people, but with Eriker's strength, it was still too early for him to display its full power. He had prepared for too long enough for Feng Shang to kill him 10 times over. No one was a fool who would just stand there and allow himself to be attacked. Feng Shang's actions stunned many, and they could not react in time. According to the script, shouldn't the villain unleash his ultimate move and then be killed off to show off the main character's strength? What was this? A sneak attack? Lu Yin found it funny, but he was laughing at Eriker instead of Feng Shang. After being sealed in ice for so many years, Eriker's brain must have been damaged. Did Eriker really think that Feng Shang was an idiot and was waiting for him to unleash his ultimate move? However, Feng Shang's speed was inconceivably fast. Eriker's reaction speed was quite fast, but he was still unable to dodge. Feng Shang's speed was much faster than Lulu's. This was the strength of a realm master. It was just a glimpse, but it was enough to shock everyone. The other student leaders' expressions did not change, and Quang Wang was even more disdainful. What a piece of trash. No matter how strong a battle technique is, it's still trash if it can't be used. Feng Shang returned and sat down naturally. Although he did not display any shocking strength, it was still shocking. Eriker was strong, but he had not been able to withstand a single attack from Feng Shang. There was a giant pitch-black palm imprint on the arena plains. It was Eriker's black gold palm. The ground wriggled, and soon the arena plains returned to its original state. The next moment, the number 2 appeared in front of Lu Yin, who was standing beside Lu Yin and shaking his head. Lu Yin was astonished. The first round was a realm master and the second round was also a realm master. Lu Yin was still wearing his earpiece and he tapped the number with his finger. His body suddenly appeared on the arena plains below, and there was already someone there. It was Little Pao. Lu Yin was shocked. It was actually Little Pao. He wasn't the only one. Everyone from Astral 10 was shocked as well. Little Pao versus a realm master? Lu Yin looked very young and he was also very hooligan. However, no one dared to underestimate someone who had become a realm master, not even Astral 9's realm master. Out of the 9 trial zones, the Dao of Seed was considered to be the zone with the most ancient bloodlines. There were many bloodline inheritances there, just like the other zones' battle techniques and cultivation methods. As the Dao of Seed's realm master, Lu Yin had never revealed his strange bloodline's innate gift. At this moment no one knew if Little Pao would be able to force him out. Little Pao's expression turned serious. The 9 realm masters were all very strong, and this Lu Yin was still shaking his head, but Little Pao did not dare to underestimate him. As he thought about this, Little Pao soared into the air and raised his hand. Star energy simulated flames that formed black veined patterns on his palm. Black flare palm. He growled as a giant black palm pressed down on Lu Yin. Many were shocked as this palm was very similar to Eriker's black gold palm. However, one was a true flame formed from an innate gift, while the other was a simulated flame formed from star energy. The black palm also formed a high temperature that scorched the void and caused it to distort. Even those who were not present could feel the high temperature. Lu Yin suddenly raised his head, opened his mouth, and let out a fierce roar that gave everyone a fright. His voice was so loud that it tore through the void and tore apart the black flare palm. It formed a solid sound wave that blasted towards Little Pao. Little Pao's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly dodged. The powerful sound wave tore apart space, forming a fault. It was as if a deep abyss had opened up in the sky, and it was a shocking sight. Lu Yin raised his head and took a deep breath. Following his movements, another strange sound wave gathered in the sky. The sound clearly did not have a solid form, but it was forcefully condensed by Lu Yin, forming strange lines that twisted together. Little Pao knew that things were bad, and 2-lined battle force appeared around his body as he rushed towards Lu Yin in an attempt to interrupt his attack. However, he was too late. Lu Yin's movements were too fast, and the lines formed from the sound wave fell down like raindrops that covered half of the arena plains. Little Pao could not dodge and was easily struck. Each line did not have any substantial destructive power, but they formed a sound wave that rumbled within his body. He was shattered. The ground was also shaken by these sound wave lines, and countless bottomless cracks appeared in the ground. Countless people were dumbfounded. This was a realm master who had displayed his true strength. Victory and defeat could be decided in an instant. Lu Yin continued to shake his head as he returned to the peak. Those who had originally looked down on him were now horrified. This guy was silent, but he was quite terrifying. Lu Yin glanced at him. Was he really serious? There was no doubt that Little Pao was very strong. Back then he had teamed up with Big Pao to force Quang Wang, which showed his strength. However, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from a realm master. The difference between them was too great. Suddenly Lu Yin thought of something and looked at Quang Wang. His eyes flashed when he saw the calm expression on Quang Wang's face. The 9 student leaders should have checked each other's strength, and Quang Wang was not surprised by Lu Yin's strength. This meant that Lu Yin's strength was on par with Lu Yin's. This meant that he had not been serious when he had faced Big Pao and Little Pao together. The Astral Combat Academy had been passed down for countless years, and it was not without reason that it had always been at the top of the universe. The 10 Arbiters Council had called the Council of Astral Academy one of the strongest subordinate councils, and it was on par with the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin did not understand this at first, but based on the strength of these realm masters, they definitely qualified. Once these realm masters broke through to the Explorer realm, they would immediately be able to challenge the top 100 rankings. Furthermore, their rankings would not be too low, and with their current strength they could even reach the top 100 rankings. Aside from the 10 arbiters, these realm masters had the qualifications to challenge the top 100 strongest youths in the entire universe. For the next 3 matches, no realm masters took action, and neither did anyone else that Lu Yin knew. It wasn't until the 4th match that a number 6 appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was his turn. Chapter 209. At the same time outside the arena plains, a number 6 appeared in front of Long Yi and he licked his lips. The moment Lu Yin appeared on the arena plains, countless people became excited and had two completely opposite emotions. The students of the Astral Combat Academy were gloating, as they believed that Lu Yin's battle records were all fake and that he was just a cover for Astral 10. In front of their screens, countless people were excited to see another student leader fight. At this moment Zhou and the others from the Great Yu Empire were solemn. Undying Yushan's gaze was calm. The Ona family, the Hua family, the 3 ring continents and so on all stared intently at the screen, at the thin figure that represented the Great Yu Empire, King Zishan. On Earth, Zhou Xian and the rest were so nervous that they couldn't breathe. They couldn't imagine that Lu Yin would be able to participate in a battle of this level. He was practically at the top of the universe's younger generation. The city in the sky above the vast continent was very quiet. Wendy Yushan's gaze wandered as she calmly looked at Lu Yin. In Astral 10's space station, Madame Nalan put down her teacup with a deep gaze. Every participant had countless people behind them, and Lu Yin was no exception. His appearance had raised many people's hearts. Long Yi's huge body appeared in front of Lu Yin and he grinned. Another Astral 10 student and a student leader at that. Interesting. This time I won't kill you so quickly. I'll crush your body and trample all of Astral 10 beneath my feet. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he recalled the scene of Big Pao's corpse being stepped on. You like to step on people? Long Yi laughed maniacally. Lu Yin frowned. Is it because you're about to become a mount? This enraged Long Yi. It had lost that battle so miserably, and being reduced to a mount was an eternal humiliation. Although the clan had released it in hopes of using its status as a mount to get close to the 10 arbiters, this was a humiliation to it. Thus, it liked to step on people and the word mount was taboo to it. Long Yi immediately opened its mouth and spat out a beam that swept towards Lu Yin. This was the Sylvan beam that had severely injured Big Pao. Long Yi had become famous throughout the universe because of this powerful innate gift. Lu Yin's body suddenly disappeared and then reappeared above Long Yi's head. Long Yi's body suddenly split into 2 and then 5. This was the Sylvan Dragon's innate gift of extreme speed, and Big Pao had been helpless against it. Boom! The center of the arena suddenly shattered, and huge cracks spread out in all directions, kicking up a cloud of dust. While everyone was still reacting to the dragon's extreme speed, the battle had already ended. When the dust settled, countless people were dumbfounded. Underground, Long Yi's huge body was torn apart, and his blood dyed the plain ground red. A clear footprint could be seen on his head. He was trampled to death. In an instant, all the student leaders on the peak were shaken. What a fast speed, what a powerful attack. Lu Yin quietly floated in the air with a calm expression. He then slowly returned to the peak and sat down. No one made a sound. Everything had ended too quickly, so quickly that no one could react. To the countless people watching the screens, this was nothing out of the ordinary, as this was the power of a realm master. However, to the students of the Astral Combat Academy, this was too shocking. Wasn't this guy just a cover for Astral 10? Why did he seem a little strong? Outside the plains, Lu Ji stared intently at Lu Yin. He really was Astral 10's leader, and he really had been hit by a beam that was powerful enough to instantly kill an explorer at the pirate port. How had he survived? His strength was also a little terrifying, and she hadn't been able to see his speed at all. Countless people were shocked, and even more people in the universe were shocked, especially those in the Great Yu Empire. Zhou and the others couldn't understand this battle at all, as the difference between their levels was too great. Undying Yushan smiled. Not bad, not bad. At the edge of San Dios, Wendy Yushan was astonished. Compared to a Lemaitre, this speed was a little too fast. No, he was just a melter. Suddenly, Wendy Yushan recalled that Lu Yin was currently the leader of Astral 10. Once he truly became a realm master, he would automatically join the Council of Astral Academy, and his status as a member of the council would be the same as hers. Wendy Yushan wasn't the only one observing Lu Yin in San Dios. Puyu was doing the same, but his mood was completely different. He was even furious. Baser, that trash. Why didn't you just kill him? Behind him, a figure stood silently. It was Vulture, who had fought with Lu Yin before. At this moment he was also looking at Lu Yin on the screen. Before Lu Yin's shock could fade, 2 more people appeared on the plains. One was Grandine Mavis, and the other held a simple long sword. It was obvious that she was from the Myriad Swords Peak. Lu Yin was rather concerned about this disciple from the Myriad Swords Peak. He would eventually cross paths with this colossus in the future. Outside the arena plains, Lulu gritted her teeth as she glared at Grandine. This damned woman had just shown off to her. This battle had been shocking, but it had ended quickly as well. The Myriad Swords Peak disciple Namu had the strength to fuse 3,000 swords into one, which far surpassed Zhao Yilong's. However, he had still been forcefully defeated by Grandine. Like Lulu, Grandine had relied purely on strength, but the shock of her strength was enough to make one's scalp go numb. It felt as if there was no limit to her strength. The next few battles didn't have any highlights and they were all one-sided. Although her opponents were also area masters weren't that strong on this stage. Big Pao and Little Pao both had the strength of a top-tier area master, but they were still instantly defeated. It wasn't until Xia Luo's appearance that Lu Yin straightened up. He had never been able to see through this person's limits. As for Xia Luo's opponent, Lu Yin felt as if fate was playing with him. It was actually Jared. There was no need to elaborate on Jared's grudge with Astral 10. The Blaze Realm had originally wanted to replace Astral 10, but Eriker had been instantly defeated by Feng Shang and Long Yi had been stomped to death by Lu Yin. Of the three great powers, no one from the Ross Empire had reached this stage, leaving only Jared. Jared didn't care about Xia Luo at all. Even though this person had performed outstandingly during the Veneration of the Ancestors competition, Jared felt that Xia Luo's willpower was at most a little too strong. He didn't know much about the details of the Veneration of the Ancestors competition. Jared had wanted to fight Lu Yin. The two had a grudge against each other and Lu Yin was definitely the weakest of the various student leaders. Defeating Lu Yin would be enough to make him famous throughout the universe. Senior seems disappointed. Xia Luo smiled gently, his expression forever the same. Jared looked at Xia Luo. There's no need for nonsense. Die. He then raised his right arm. This posture left a deep impression on everyone. Wasn't this the karmic flame sword that Eriker hadn't been able to use? Did this person want to repeat it? Xia Luo's eyes lit up and he looked at Jared expectantly. As an area master, Jared was also the strongest descendant of the Blaze Realm, so he naturally wouldn't make the same rookie mistake as Eriker. He didn't have that sliver of flame, so he didn't have much time to prepare. Very soon he lowered his arm and a sliver of flame ignited by star energy formed a strange sword light that slashed towards Xia Luo. It incinerated space and tore open cracks along its path, causing the ground to burn and melt. This was the karmic flame sword. Although it wasn't ignited by an ancient flame, it was still extremely powerful. Many students retreated as they felt the scorching heat. Just from this attack, it was enough to see the strength of the Zone Lord Jared. Only a Zone Lord could tear open space so easily. Xia Luo stepped forward with his right foot against the karmic flame sword and struck out with his palm. As his palm collided with the karmic flame sword, an arc-shaped shockwave swept out, splashing across the ground and piercing through a nearby mountain. The karmic flame sword was forced to a stop by Xia Luo's palm, and then with a shake of his palm, the karmic flame sword visibly shrank until it disappeared. Jared was shocked. How is this possible? You actually dispelled the karmic flame sword? It wasn't just Jared. All of the spectating powerhouses from the Blaze Realm felt a chill run down their spines. Even Eriker's jaw dropped. Someone had actually been able to dispel the karmic flame sword so easily. Xia Luo waved his hand, extinguishing the last of the flames. He then smiled at Jared. Didn't anyone tell you that there's nothing special about the karmic flame sword itself? If you can practice it, then it's not that complicated. Jared was stunned and he stared at Xia Luo in disbelief. That's one of the Blaze Realm's top inherited battle techniques. Xia Luo shook his head in disappointment. That's impossible. The Blaze Realm's inheritance has been passed down for countless years. If the karmic flame sword was like this, then it would have been destroyed a long time ago. I could feel how powerful Eriker's karmic flame sword was. What's important isn't the battle technique itself, but rather something within it. Or rather a primer. Unfortunately, you don't have it. Jared's heart trembled and he gritted his teeth as he stared at Xia Luo. What shameless boasting. You're just a new student from Astral 10. How dare you talk nonsense about the Blaze Realm? With a loud shout, Jared's star energy transformed into flames that swept out in all directions. His body appeared amidst the flames and he sent a palm strike at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo easily dodged the attack, but Jared continued to attack. He used all sorts of battle techniques from the Blaze Realm at his fingertips. There were even some that did not belong to the Blaze Realm, but they were all easily neutralized by Xiao Luo. On the high peak, Dao Bo exclaimed, "What an astonishing lock-breaking aptitude." Back when he had entered Astral 10 with Xiao Luo, they had been searching for gifts at the Rain Observatory. At that time he had fused the dye into De Lei's body, and he had been the first to grasp the realm of infinite star energy changes. However, Xiao Luo had surpassed him not long after that during the freshman competition. Now Xiao Luo had no idea how much star energy Xiao Luo could control, but this was Xiao Luo. On the arena plains, Jared panted heavily as he stared at Xiao Luo. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Where had this guy come from? He's so terrifying and he's definitely a lockbreaker. The technique that had just neutralized his attack was also a lockbreaker's technique. There were actually lockbreakers in Astral 10. There were almost 20 lockbreakers in the Astral Combat Academy, but only a few had reached this stage. Xiao Luo's performance had even shocked Dao Bo, let alone the other lockbreakers. Luji was stunned. She felt that Xiao Luo was much stronger than her. How could this be? Jared's eyes flashed and he charged at Xiao Luo once again. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed as he saw Jared's hands flip over. The scene in front of him collapsed and changed. This was a new battle technique, an inherited battle technique from the Tao of Illusion. Using this battle technique proved that Jared was serious. The two brushed past each other and there were no injuries on either of them. As Jared fell to the ground, Xiao Luo emerged victorious. No one had seen how Xiao Luo had done it except for Lu Yin. He knew how powerful Xiao Luo's sudden attacks were, and even Lulu had been defeated. Even Lu Yin himself had almost been tricked. This guy looked pure on the surface, but he was actually very two-faced. After defeating Jared, Xiao Luo turned around and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin found it funny. Xiao Luo seemed to have a competitive spirit, and Silver was probably the same. These two were the only people in Astral 10 that he could not see through. Chapter 210. Next up was Lu Xiaoyun's turn. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing her strength, but unfortunately, even though her opponent was an area master, the difference between them was too great. She was easily defeated. After Lu Xiaoyun was Han Chong, Astral 2's leader. He also ended his battle easily. The 14th battle left the crowd in awe. On one side was Sha and on the other was Heart Phoenix. He was a genius of the Phoenix family who had defeated an area master as a melder. Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoqiu, Xiao Luo and Yin were all freakish melders. Heart Phoenix was also one of them, especially since he had an older brother who stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Sarati Phoenix, one of the 10 arbiters. After losing to Lu Yin, Heart Phoenix had gone missing for a period of time and had only reappeared now. Lu Yin was very curious as to what exactly had happened to him that he had become so powerful. His entire aura had also changed, as if he had ascended to a higher level. Most people were interested in Heart strength, but only a few were interested in Sha, such as Lu Yin and Silver. They were the only ones who knew that Sha was from the Neo-Human Alliance, an incomparably terrifying organization. Heart's gaze was not on Sha at all. Like Jared, he hoped that his opponent would be either Bonnie Phoenix or Lu Yin. Sha's expression was indifferent, as if he did not care about anything. His entire being was as cold as ice, and he was the area master of the Path of Slaughter. Heart's gaze finally turned towards Sha and he frowned. He hated coldness, so he didn't say a word. With a whistling sound, earth-shattering golden flames engulfed the entire arena plains. No one had thought that Heart's first move would cause such a huge phenomenon. Many students retreated, not daring to touch the golden flames. These flames had burned an area master before. The golden flames surged and enveloped Sha within. Heart had assumed that this person would be exhausted from dealing with them. However, the result was shocking. The golden flames were gradually sealed in ice and a blue layer of ice spread out. The speed was very slow but very stable. It completely sealed the golden flames that came into contact with it, forming a strange scene of ice sealing fire on the arena plains, enveloping the entire plains. Heart's pupils shrank. He was well aware of the terror of his golden flames, but his opponent was actually able to freeze them. This should not be happening. Xia did not make any unnecessary movements. Layers of extreme coldness spread out from beneath his feet, gradually freezing everything as it extended towards Heart. Heart Phoenix was furious. This was his stage and he would not allow anyone to suppress him. The next moment, a bird cry shook the heavens and the earth. Within the ice, golden flames roiled. Then they shattered the ice and soared into the sky, forming a golden phoenix that spread its wings. The high temperature caused the void to distort and crack. This scene was far more shocking than Eriker's dark gold palm. It was as if a divine phoenix had truly been born. Heart's undying bird had changed, and it looked even more majestic and powerful than before. The golden undying bird's flames almost evaporated everything it touched. Countless people were shocked and kept retreating. However, no one noticed that the extreme coldness beneath Xia's feet had not stopped. Star energy erupted from his body, and a blue light swept out, freezing everything within a kilometer of him, including the golden undying bird and Heart Phoenix. Before anyone could react, Xia raised his hand and a spear of ice shot out, piercing through Heart's body and nailing him to the ground. Following Heart's death, the golden flames disappeared, leaving only a world of blue ice in the arena plains. No one had thought that the golden undying bird would be sealed in ice. The confrontation between ice and fire was completely one-sided. Atop the high peak, the student leaders of the various academies had solemn expressions. What a powerful domain. Even the Phoenix family's undying bird can be sealed in ice. Xuan, do you know how strong this area master of yours is? Feng Shang asked with a strange expression. The others all looked at Xue Luyun. Xue Luyun's gaze was indifferent as he stared at Xia. There was a rare look of surprise in his eyes, as he truly did not know how strong this person was. Outside the arena plains, Xia Luo frowned. He hated this Xia who had the same aura as Silver. It was an annoying aura. In the distance, Silver's smile grew even more radiant. Many of the students around him moved away, afraid that he would go crazy and take out Butterfly Blade. Butterfly Blade. This guy had killed around 200 people. He had truly killed 100 people. The next two battles were between area masters. Under normal circumstances, these battles would have attracted a lot of attention, but on this stage they were not eye-catching at all. Wu Dalian was too lazy to record them. His small eyes swept over all the competitors, but no one knew what he was thinking. Many people were looking forward to the arrival of the 17th battle. In front of their screens, countless people from the Innerverse cheered as they saw their goddess, Yu Xianzi, enter the arena. Yu Xianzi was a student who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. Although she was very beautiful, she was still considered an outsider in the eyes of many students. Furthermore, she had stolen Blackwater Lake's inheritance as soon as she had arrived, which made her an eyesore. Her opponent was Sharon. Lu Yin smiled as he looked at Sharon. He would definitely win this battle. Outsiders knew that Sharon was an area master and that he was very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to occupy Whitebone's Hollow. However, only Lu Yin truly knew Karen's true strength. His domain and control of star energy aside, just the unveiled sword alone was enough to allow him to move unhindered. He was definitely a strong candidate to challenge a realm master. However, he had not revealed his true strength, and he could not bring the unveiled sword into the Life-Seek realm. Yu Xianzi slowly bowed in front of Sharon. "Senior, please excuse me." Sharon casually replied, "It's my honor to battle with the Frostmoon sect's young master. The Frostmoon sect is just a small sect and is not worthy of your attention. Please show mercy." Yu Xianzi's tone was respectful, and when paired with her pleasant voice and beautiful face, many people would fall head over heels for her. However, Sharon was not one of them. He had been thinking about his sister-in-law, and when he thought about her, he was reminded of Lu Yin. He subconsciously looked up and coincidentally met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin glanced at him before looking at Yu Xianzi. At this moment, this woman was not holding back and had immediately used Blackwater Lake's inheritance battle technique. Star energy mimicked flowing water, forming a whirlpool that protected Yu Xianzi's entire body. A cold moon hung in the sky, looking extremely dazzling. It made Yu Xianzi look like a fairy from the moon. Karen's expression was solemn as he watched the gradually expanding whirlpool. More than one area master had been killed by the whirlpool. The seemingly ordinary flowing water possessed a terrifying destructive power that no matter how strong one's physical body was, they would not be able to withstand. This ancient battle technique was indeed powerful. Xian was a genius lockbreaker, and in terms of contributions he far surpassed Xia Luo and Luyin. As the star energy spread out, a mysterious undulation swept through the area. Xianxia was shocked. This was a domain. She had not known that Xian had comprehended a domain. This was the first time that many people had witnessed the power of a lockbreaker's domain. Xian stepped into the whirlpool with ease and then walked over to Xianxia. Do you still want to continue? Many people did not understand why Xian had broken through Xianxia's battle technique so easily. Xianxia was shocked, but then she felt dejected. I'm not as strong as you. Thank you for showing mercy, Senior. She then disappeared and left the Life-Seek realm. Karen's battle with Xianxia was the simplest as they had barely moved at all. However, very few people could understand what had happened. A domain was a very mysterious power. Not only could it allow the user to become one with their surroundings, but it could also forcefully change the environment and infinitely increase one's power level. It could also form a visible force field, change one's heartbeat, enhance one's 5 senses, and so on. Everyone had a different understanding of a domain. Xia's domain was able to change the environment and freeze everything. Karen's domain focused on enhancing the 5 senses because he was a lockbreaker. Within the range of his domain, all star energy activity could be seen. This was the reason why Xianxia had lost. Her battle technique was very powerful, but it was also powered by star energy. There was almost no star energy activity that Xian could not see through at the same level. Everything within a small area was under his control. This was a domain. Not all lockbreakers could comprehend a domain, but those who could were all very powerful. On the peak, Dao Bo's lips curled up. Xian was now qualified to fight him. Not too far away from Luyin, Astral One's leader saw 18. Everyone looked at her. It was finally her turn. She was Astral One's leader and also the most mysterious realm master of the 10 Astral Academies. Luyin was also very curious. The 10 academies were ranked based on strength, and this woman had been able to suppress Night Queen Yanqing, Dao Bo and Feng Shang to take first place. He was very curious about her strength. However, this battle did not take place. His opponent admitted defeat without even fighting. The students of the Astral Combat Academy did not find this strange. Against Astral One's leader, who could be considered the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy, an ordinary area master would not even have the qualifications to fight him. Luyin was disappointed. However, he quickly regained his spirits because the next battle was just as exciting. One of the opponents was Qilian Day Night. Countless people had witnessed his strength during the 3 academies challengers, especially when it came to group attacks. Those who were weaker than him would find it difficult to withstand his attacks, and his opponent was Lu Xiaoqiu. When Lu Xiaoyun saw Lu Xiaoqiu appear in the middle of the arena plains, her eyes trembled. She was not the only one. In front of their screens, especially in the Immerse first flow zone, many of the experts from the various great powers had solemn expressions. There were very few rumors about Lu Xiaoqiu, but those who did were shocked. He was the second person in the sword sect to receive the inheritance of the 13 swords, and he was also a freak who could injure an explorer as a melder. In the first flow zone, countless people knelt on one knee in a dusky land that stretched for an unknown distance. There a flag fluttered in the wind, emitting an iron-blooded aura. There was only one word engraved on the flag: serene. Beneath the flag, a little girl with delicate features in a dark dress was looking up at the screen, at Lu Xiaoqiu, who was calmly standing in the arena plains. Behind the little girl, an old woman knelt down respectfully. "Little princess, this is your fiancé, the sword sect's current genius, Lu Xiaoqiu." The little girl blinked her large, curious eyes. Her eyes were bright, and although she seemed calm, her gaze was strange and lively. Many students around the arena plains excitedly looked at Qilian Day Night. They did not recognize Lu Xiaoqiu, only Qilian Day Night. He was one of Astral 3's top powerhouses who was qualified to represent the Day-Night clan. Chapter 211. Qilian Day Night did not recognize Lu Xiaoqiu either, But anyone who could reach this stage and was also a powerhouse from Astral 2 was clearly not a simple person. Facing Chilean Day Knight, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze suddenly shifted to the peak. He gripped the hilt of his sword and swung the rusty sword in front of him. Lu Xiaoqiu gently retracted his sword and slowly walked out of the arena. Countless people were stunned. What was he doing? Was this guy stupid? Was he admitting defeat just because he moved? That made sense. Admitting defeat against a powerhouse from the Day Knight clan was not shameful. However, in the next second, Chilean Day Knight's body split in two and disappeared from the Life-Seek realm. Everyone fell silent as they stared blankly at the scene. Chilean Day Knight had died. At this moment, both the Astral Combat Academy students and the countless people watching their screens were in disbelief. What had just happened? Why had Chilean Day Knight died? Had he died without any warning? Was it because of that person? On the peak, the 10 student leaders had solemn expressions. Others might not have understood that sword, but they did. It was a sword that could traverse space. Traceless autumn water was extremely sharp, and it did not cause any damage to space. However, it had still been able to easily kill Chilean Day Knight. Lu Yin frowned. What a powerful sword technique. That was the first sword of the 13 swords, Lu Xiaoyun said bitterly, her voice filled with envy and unwillingness. The 13 swords was the sword sect's strongest inherited sword technique, but she did not have the qualifications to receive it. She was like a thirsty traveler in a desert who could not take a single step forward when water was right in front of her. Her despair was unimaginable, and it was precisely because of this that she had joined the Astral Combat Academy and even left the sword sect. She wanted to defeat Lu Xiaoqiu one day and prove that the 13 swords were not that amazing. However, after being separated for so many years, Lu Xiaoyun realized that she had not given up on the 13 swords. As Lu Xiaoqiu displayed his strength, her desire to obtain it grew. Unfortunately, she did not have the qualifications. He glanced at Lu Xiaoyun's right hand, which was tightly gripping the sword hilt, and his eyes flashed. He also wanted to experience the 13 swords, but he did not know if he could learn it. It was unlikely, as the sword sect was not any weaker than the Day Knight clan. It was already difficult for him to learn the Day Knight clan's battle techniques, let alone the 13 swords. No matter how confused the crowd was, the next battle continued. The arena planes did not need to be repaired as there was no damage to it. The next battle was between Bonnie Phineas and Chu Feng. He was the humble man who defeated Dark Void and whose attacks were incomprehensible. In the first flow zone, the sword sect did not even look at their screens. Their confidence in Lu Xiaoqiu was ingrained in their bones. He would definitely take first place in the Astral Combat Tournament. In the darkness, the little girl clapped her hands. Amazing, amazing. Granny, he's my fiancé. Amazing. The old woman respectfully replied, yes, his battle technique is called the 13 swords. That was only the first sword. The little girl was very happy. Really? I really want to see the complete 13 swords. The old woman smiled bitterly. Even the person who had become one of the 10 arbiters had not fully comprehended the 13 swords. It was unknown how many swords Lu Xiaoqiu would be able to comprehend, and it would take at least a few decades to see the complete 13 swords. The battle between Chu Feng and Bonnie Phoenix left many people at a loss. Chu Feng's attack style was too strange. He won just by spilling ink non-stop. No matter what, Bonnie Phoenix was still a fallen undying bird, but his death was even more tragic than Heart Phoenix's. At least Heart Phoenix had released the golden undying bird. Bonnie was very sullen, but he had no way to deal with Chu Feng. That's a very strange technique. Why does it seem a little similar to Han Chong's? Nearby Feng Shang smiled. Chu Feng and Han Chong both come from the Immerse erudite flow zone. That flow zone is very strange and it inherits the style of ancient scholars. Its attack style is very different from the other flow zones. No wonder. Lu Yin understood. The 2 consecutive battles were incomprehensible, but the next one excited many. One of the participants was Tsong Shi from Chaos God Mountain. He had defeated Tiankong Day Knight and used the Day Knight clan as a stepping stone to become famous throughout the universe. His opponent was Xia Yi, a powerhouse from Astral 5 and the area master of the Tao of Heaven's machinery mound. An area master was supposed to be a powerhouse second only to a realm master, but this Astral Combat Tournament was too special. More than half of the area masters had already been eliminated. On the other hand, a freak like Xianxia, who had only recently joined the astral combat tournament, made many people nervous. No one knew how strong they were. Xiaoye's performance in Astral 5 had not been too conspicuous, and he could be considered a mediocre figure among the area masters. Otherwise, he would not have only been able to snatch the machinery tomb. That place was worthless to most people, and it was more like an abandoned processing plant. Many people did not hold much hope for Xiaoye, as he was not even as strong as Tiankong Day Knight. However, Lu Yin was watching very seriously, as Xiaoye was also from a primeval surname just like Xia Luo. People like him would either not explode, or once they did, they would be so terrifying that they would make others doubt their own existence. Xianxia was still the same, waiting for his opponent to attack. Xiaoye did not hold back and rushed forward to punch him. Many people were disappointed, as Xiaoye's attack was not as strong as Tiankong Day Knight's. His strength was definitely not on par with Tiankong Day Knight's. Xianxia's gaze was calm, and he dodged a few times before suddenly attacking. His body swayed as he tried to disrupt Xiaoye's attack rhythm. Xiaoye did not disappoint, as he was caught and then smashed into the ground. Many students from the Astral Combat Academy sighed. Xiaoye had been defeated, and it was a pity. Xianxia leapt out of the crater and looked at his fist with a strange expression. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, and he was not as confident as he had been when he had defeated Tiankong Day Knight. Xiaoye's body had not dissipated, and he was not dead. He slowly stood up and rubbed his abdomen. As expected of a disciple of Chaos God Mountain. His attacks are so strong. Xianxia looked at Xiaoye strangely and spoke for the first time. Your heartbeat isn't right. Xiaoye smiled casually. Don't worry about it. It's just a habit. Xianxia's eyes narrowed and he clenched his right fist. Suddenly he took the initiative to attack, punching Xiaoye in the heart and sending him flying. Xiaoye's back was repelled by the shockwave and he crashed into the mountain walls of the high peak. Even after that, he was still pierced through by the unstoppable force and smashed into the ground. Countless people in front of their screens sucked in a breath of cold air. This attack was too vicious. If Eriker and the others' attacks were dazzling, then Xianxia's attack represented the pinnacle of strength. It was different from Grandini's pure strength, and there was a sense of sharpness to it. Everyone had thought that Xiaoye was dead for sure, but he still stood up and walked back to the center of the plains. He rubbed his chest and his heartbeat suddenly changed as it sped up. In that instant, Xianxia's expression changed and he raised his arms to block the attack. Before the Xiaoye in front of him could disappear, another Xiaoye appeared in front of him. This was an afterimage created by Xiaoye's extreme speed, and it had not pierced through the void. Bang! There was a loud explosion as a shockwave swept out and tore the ground apart. Xianxia was sent flying just like Xiaoye and he crashed deep into the ground. Xiaoye leapt up, but his entire body slammed into the ground, causing the crack in the ground to widen even further. Loud explosions rang out in everyone's ears, and it seemed as if the entire arena plains were about to be overturned. Many people were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the usually gentle and quiet Xiaoye would suddenly explode? He was even more like a dinosaur than Grandini, and both Lulu and Grandini were filled with fighting spirit. With a roar, Xianxia retaliated. Their fists collided and a turbulent shockwave spread out, inadvertently killing many of the spectating students. Even the mountain peak was torn apart by the shockwave. The two figures rose from the ground and clashed in midair, tearing through the void. The disciples of Chaos God Mountain had abnormal physical reactions, and they could effectively dodge battle techniques. For example, Tiankong Day Knight's attack had no effect on Xianxia, but Xiaoye did not attack at all. In other words, Tiankong Day Knight's attack had accurately calculated the direction that Xianxia would dodge in, so Xianxia had no choice but to meet the attack head-on. This Xiaoye is very strong to be able to force a disciple of Chaos God Mountain to fight head-on. Kuang Wang, your Astral 5 really has hidden its strength, Night Queen Yanqing mocked. Kuang Wang's expression was solemn as he did not know Xiaoye's strength at all. The two of them had never crossed paths before, but from what he could see, Xiaoye's physical strength and battle experience were quite formidable. At the very least, Kuang Wang was not confident that he could force a disciple of Chaos God Mountain to fight head-on. There was a loud boom and Xianxia's body suddenly turned purple. A shockwave swept out in all directions, almost causing the void to collapse. 4 lines. That's 4-line battle force. Someone cried out. The first four-lined battle force powerhouse to appear in the Astral Combat Tournament. As Xianxia's four-lined battle force erupted, Xiaoye's entire body was blasted into the ground and suppressed just like before. Xianxia's gaze turned sinister. Chaos God Mountain had always been the overlord of the dark powers, so he showed no mercy in his attack. He raised his right fist and condensed his purple battle force as he punched downwards. This punch filled with battle force overturned the arena planes. With Xia Yi at the center, the entire plains flipped over, and the purple battle force swept out in all directions through the cracks in the ground. At this moment, a shockwave descended and separated the battlefield from the spectating students. Only then was the shockwave not able to affect the spectating students. Quite a few students were frightened out of their wits. If they were touched by four-lined battle force, they would definitely die. Because of the four-lined battle force, the ground began to reveal a faint purple color. Xianxia seemed unwilling to give up and punched downwards once more. However, he was firmly stopped by a hand. The palm and fist collided, causing an arc of shockwave to surge out from the ground. The battle force tore apart everything in its path, and even the nearby peak where the student leaders of the 10 academies were seated shook. Xia Yi appeared in front of everyone, and his body was also covered with purple four-lined battle force. The collision of the two battle forces caused the void to boil, and cracks spread out between the two of them. Countless onlookers were dumbfounded. In front of their screens, countless spectators were stunned. Those who understood battle force knew that four-line battle force usually only appeared on explorers. Limiters who could control four-line battle force were few and far between, and they could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. But now 2 of them had appeared at the same time, and even the void was unable to withstand the collision of their battle forces. This was an absolutely terrifying phenomenon, and even ordinary explorers would not be able to casually interfere in this battle. These 2 people already possessed the strength to fight against an explorer. Xianxia looked at Xia Ye's sinister gaze, and for some reason, even though he had four-line battle force, he still felt that something was amiss. He subconsciously wanted to distance himself from this person. Xia Yi slowly exhaled and his heartbeat quickened once more. This time it returned to a normal heartbeat and Xianxia could hear it. He had felt that there was something wrong with Xia Ye's heartbeat from the very beginning, but now that it had returned to normal, he felt an intense pain in his fist. Many thanks to Brother Lan Qiang for the Guild Master's reward. I'll give you the second update. Chapter 212. It's been a long time since I've used my full strength. Thank you for letting me familiarize myself with it before the final battle, Xia Yi said calmly as he kicked out. The Chaos God Mountain disciple's reaction was extremely fast, and he kicked out the moment Xia Yi spoke. The 2 were less than half a meter apart. Xia Ye's right hand tightly gripped Xianxia's right fist as he kicked out at the same time. There was a loud bang as the void exploded. Many students could not withstand the loud noise and covered their ears. In that instant, the void within a kilometer began to distort and crack. Xia Ye's kick shattered the battle force on Xianxia's leg and then landed on Xianxia's abdomen. At the same time, he released his grip, sending Xianxia flying and dissipating in midair. Everyone stared blankly at the arena plains and then at the calm Xia Yi. This battle had been the most intense one so far in the Astral Combat Tournament, and it had also been of the highest quality. There had been a terrifying clash of physical bodies, extreme dodging, reflexes and attack power, as well as shocking four-line battle force. In the entire Astral Combat Academy, there were less than 100 people who had comprehended battle force, and only the area masters had raised their battle force to the level of 2-line battle force. There were no more than 20 people and there were no more than 15 of them. As for those who had raised their battle force to the level of 3-line battle force, Xia Yi was the only one who had revealed his 4-line battle force. Even the 10 student leaders had never revealed 4-line battle force before. This was the Astral Combat Academy, the top academy in the entire human domain. If this was the case, then when the scope of the entire universe's younger generation was expanded, the probability of this happening would be greatly reduced. At this moment, Xia Yi had become the idol of countless people throughout the universe. Atop the high peak, Kuang Wang's expression was solemn and even a little unsightly. Xia Ye's strength had exceeded his expectations, and even he was not confident in defeating this person. Why had he kept such a low profile before? The other student leaders were the same. Xianxia was very strong, and even the other student leaders did not dare to say that they could defeat him with 4-line battle force. However, Xiayi had still won. The strength of his battle force was even higher than Xianxia's. This was someone who had hidden his true strength well. He had thoroughly received the Astral Combat Academy's teachings and was an elite who had reached his current level. Rumor has it that one of the 10 arbiters broke through to the realm of 5 lines while in the Astral Combat Academy, and he was able to crush explorers as a limiter. Xiayi isn't too far off, Daobo praised. Astral One's leader smiled. It's just a single step, but it's like a bottomless abyss. Over the course of countless years, many monstrous geniuses have appeared in the Astral Combat Academy. Although there aren't many who have broken through to 4-line battle force as limiters, there are still a few. However, there are only a few who have broken through to 5-line battle force and become one of the 10 arbiters. Since ancient times, no one in the younger generation has been able to surpass the 10 arbiters. It's also the beginning of a new era, Lu Yin suddenly interjected. When he saw Astral One's leader, Daobo, and the others looking at him, he smiled and did not say anything else. Night Queen Yanqing snorted. Don't talk about the 10 arbiters. Just as she finished speaking, a number appeared in front of her. It was her turn. Night Queen Yanqing stood up and tapped on the numbers, causing her body to appear in the arena plains. Many students silently looked at Night Queen Yanqing, including those in front of their screens. Countless people were staring at Night Queen Yanqing, as she was a Night Queen from the Day-Night royal family. Night Queen Yanqing's opponent admitted defeat. He was an area master from the Astral Combat Academy, and he knew that he was powerless against Night Queen Yanqing, so he did not even show his face. Following Night Queen Yanqing was Shuel Yuyun's opponent. Astral 4's leader also had no opponent, and his opponent immediately admitted defeat. 2 strangers appeared in the next match, but they could not be considered strangers. One of them was Astral 5's representative from the Knocking on the Dragon's Door, and his opponent was a beautiful girl. When the girl's name was announced, Lu Yin was stunned. Benji, what a familiar name. He thought about it and suddenly remembered that she was the young matriarch of the Umbral Butterfly tribe. Amu had mentioned that their young matriarch was in the Astral Combat Academy. So was her. The Umbral Butterfly tribe seemed to be able to absorb the power of plants to infinitely strengthen themselves. Although they had their weaknesses, Lu Yin looked around. This was not a swamp, so there were no poisonous plants. There were quite a few ordinary plants, and although they could not provide much power, they could still strengthen themselves. He was curious to see how much Angie could strengthen herself. However, the results disappointed him as the battle ended quickly. Angie's strength was not bad and she could be considered close to an area master, but against 2 Bo she was defeated in an instant. Lu Yin shook his head. The young matriarch of the Outerverse Umbral Butterfly tribe was too weak. It could only be said that the Astral Combat Academy had accepted too many geniuses, including geniuses from the entire universe. It was not something that a normal person could imagine, and even Schutz, the #1 expert of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, could not even make it past the first round. Very quickly, a person appeared in the arena plains. Silver. His appearance attracted the attention of countless people, as his performance in the 3 Academies tournament had been too dazzling. His killing domain had caused many to tremble. His appearance also attracted the attention of Dao Bo and the other student leaders. Although he was only a melder, the fact that he could reach this stage meant that he was a freak. Silver's opponent was from Astral 9, and he was not a nobody. He had also participated in the Knocking on the Dragon's Gate. His name was Maine and his face was pale. His entire body exuded a suffocating aura of death and he looked like a corpse. One had a creepy smile while the other gave off a chilling aura just by standing there. The two were very similar, and this was what many people thought. In the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan was seriously watching his screen. Ever since Silver had joined the Astral Combat Academy, the Great Yu Empire had been investigating his background, but there had been no progress. Silver's background was too ordinary and he was definitely not a simple person. Without wasting any time, the 2 figures attacked at the same time on the plains. It didn't take long for the spectators to be astonished. The 2's battle styles were very similar. Silver's style was silent and sharp, while Main's was sinister and murderous. The two were like two ghosts that shuttled back and forth across the plains. Xia Yi and Xianxia's battle was earth-shattering, while Silver and Main's battle was like a ghost's. Many people were bored by it as they could only see two shadows constantly crisscrossing each other, and they could not see anything special about each other. However, a significant number of people had serious expressions and some were even shocked. Silver had already used his domain, but he was still unable to take down Main. This was because Main's body was covered by a layer of gray air, three-lined battle force. Everyone's understanding and usage of power was different. Xia Yi and Xianxia's usage of power was destruction, while Main's was defense. He even used a layer of incomprehensible gray airflow to conceal himself, not wanting to be discovered. Silver's domain was like mercury flowing through the ground, pervasive yet undetectable. The only exception was the butterfly that separated from Hua. Only Butterfly's butterfly blade could be seen. Butterfly's blade was like a butterfly flying through flowers as it wantonly danced about, bringing with it a beautiful silver brilliance that blossomed across the arena plains. Silver's every blade was aimed at a vital point, and the smile on his face did not disappear even after Main revealed his three-lined battle force. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Atop the peak, Lu Yin suddenly spoke up. He can't hold on much longer. Who? Feng Shang asked. That man with battle force, Lu Yin replied. How do you know? Feng Shang was puzzled. Lu Yin pointed at his ear. I heard it. Daobo spoke up. Main should also be a genius who was sealed in ice, but he's been sealed in ice for too long. Even now, his body still hasn't completely adapted to his battle force. He won't be able to hold on much longer. Sure enough, it didn't take long for streaks of blood to appear on Main's body. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant and soon there was a flash of light and Main died. The appearance of three-lined battle force should have been shocking, but it had been concealed by Main. Furthermore, Main had been defeated, so Silver's victory did not cause much of a commotion. Only those who had witnessed it knew how terrifying Silver was. That butterfly blade had cut through three-lined battle force. In terms of threat, Silver was not inferior to Xia Yi. He did not know if these people were really faking it or if they had improved too quickly over the past few months. Each of them had become so terrifying, and it seemed like there was no limit to Xia Luo and Silver's improvement. Lu Yin's improvement was already abnormal, and there were very few people who could match up to an area master within a year or so of joining the Astral Combat Academy. However, Xia Luo and Xia Luo had done it and they had even surpassed them. Lu Yin had no idea how these two had done it. The next few battles were very ordinary as Dao Bo and Kuang Wang each faced an area master. Just like before, anyone who had not recently joined the Astral Combat Academy automatically admitted defeat. 31 battles had already been fought and only one battle remained. Calcifer appeared, and his opponent was an ordinary-looking young girl from Astral 9. Calcifer's origins had been revealed by Astral 1's student leader, as no one else would have known. He had instantly defeated Euro, and this had attracted the attention of countless people. Only the few people on the peak knew of his origins through Astral 1's student leader. He had assassinated Starsabil and was a powerhouse who had been sealed in ice for 100 years. Starsabil was a title and no one knew her full name. All they knew was that she represented the future, divination and the hope of countless people. Her sect was also known as a super sect, and this was the impression that the outside world had of Starsabil. However, no one knew the specifics of her identity. Over the countless years, Starsabil had been praised as a form of faith. Lu Yin had heard rumors that Starsabil had predicted a great change in the universe a few decades ago. Because of this, various powers in the universe had sealed geniuses in ice, waiting for the day of the great change to break out of the ice and fight for a sliver of destiny. This showed just how influential Starsabil was. Calcifer was definitely a madman who had dared to assassinate Starsabil. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, no one would let him go. There was no place for him in the entire universe. However, such a person had openly appeared in the Astral Combat Tournament, and he had even joined Astral 1, which was very puzzling. Lu Yin had heard rumors about Starsabil more than once. The first time he had heard of her was from Geraldine, who was a student of the Great Yu Empire's first military academy. Even a remote place like the Great Yu Empire had heard of and even seen Starsabil, which showed just how influential she was. No one believed that this girl would be able to stop a powerhouse who could instantly kill Euro except for Calcifer. He stared at the girl in confusion. He did not know why, but the closer he got to her, the more dangerous she became. This was especially so when he wanted to take another step forward. That sense of danger was like a giant blade that could slash down on him at any moment, and it made his heart palpitate. This was an assassin's intuition, and he had felt it more than once. He had always avoided it except when he faced Starsabil. But now, facing this girl in front of him, this feeling appeared once again. His instincts made him want to retreat, but this was a competition and retreating meant defeat. Everyone looked at the arena strangely. Calcifer did not move and neither did the girl. However, the two's expressions were completely different. Calcifer was staring at the girl, but the girl's gaze was drifting around as if she did not care at all. Many thanks to Brother Lon Chiang for the Guild Master's reward. I'll give you the third update. Chapter 213. At that moment, the 10 student leaders also realized that something was wrong. Astral One's leader's eyes flickered as he realized that he had misjudged this woman. Shui Luyun frowned. Lu Yin had a strange look on his face. Since when did Astral 9 have such a freak? Even he could feel the sense of danger that was looming over him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman was not simple. As an assassin, Calcifer had plenty of patience, but this woman was different. After waiting for a while, she saw that Calcifer did not make a move. Finally, she looked over and slowly raised her hand. With a wave of her hand, a gale appeared out of nowhere and swept through the arena plains. The gale was gray in color. Calcifer's scalp suddenly went numb as this was a sign of extreme danger. Without thinking, he appeared behind the woman, intending to end this match as quickly as possible. The woman still did not move and just stood there. Calcifer's innate gift-enhanced star energy dagger stopped a centimeter away from the woman's neck. His clothes began to decay, followed by his hair and skin. Finally, his entire body decayed and turned into dust that fell to the ground. Everyone was silent as they had been shocked countless times by this match. This time, however, their shock was tinged with fear. What was this? A living person was gone just like that? Feng Shang suddenly stood up and stared at the woman in disbelief. Ji Feng, this is Ji Feng. Ji Feng? Kuang Wang asked. Feng Shang solemnly replied, it's a battle technique that's been lost for a long time. The wind of the 4 seasons decays everything, so this battle technique should have been lost. How did she learn it? Lu Yin was shocked. Wind of the 4 seasons and decay. Could it be related to the domain of time? This astral combat tournament has really attracted a bunch of monsters. Calcifer is very strong and can instantly kill an area master, but he can't do anything against these monsters, Dao Bo exclaimed. Lu Yin glanced at him. These people were the real monsters in everyone's eyes. Assassinating Starsabil did not mean that they were strong. They were just arrogant. Calcifer did not give Lu Yin the same sense of danger that Lu Xiaoqiu had, but this woman was different. She was a potential threat. The 4th match ended with the shock caused by this woman called Chao Ji, and the 5th match was set to take place in 12 hours. Lu Yin immediately left the Life-Seek realm and appeared in the Trial Zone Mountain. Many people had already left. After such a long match, even the spectators were tired, but it had all been worth it. There were too many powerhouses, too many battle techniques, and even 4-line battle force had appeared. Countless people in front of their screens as the match's progress had caught everyone's attention. Only now did they realize how tired they were and hurriedly rested. On Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin opened his eyes and immediately saw Michelle, who had awakened at the same time. She saw Lu Yin as well, and the two looked at each other. Aside from a trace of confusion in her eyes, there was no other expression on her face. Coco opened her eyes as well, and she happily ran over when she saw him. Brother Lu, we thought you were dead. Was what happened at the pirate port true? Coco stuck out her tongue. I also think that it's fake. My mentor said that the power of that beam is enough to kill an explorer. You're just a melder, so even a scratch would be enough to kill you. Coco suddenly sized him up and asked expectantly, Brother Lu, are you injured? No, I'm not injured at all. Lu Yin was very straightforward and decisive, which disappointed Coco. Big Pao and Little Pao came over as well and they looked at Lu Yin strangely. Junior, did you feel a lot of pressure sitting with those realm masters? Lu Yin shrugged. It's all right. They're quite easy to get along with. Big Pao laughed strangely. Is that so? If you feel pressured then just say it. We're all brothers so there's no need to hide it. Lu Yin smiled. Xiao Luo also appeared and his appearance aroused Coco's admiration. He had easily defeated Jared and his strength had astonished everyone. Although Lu Yin had also easily killed Long Yi, Long Yi's death was not as shocking as Jared's. Of course, Big Pao's gaze towards Lu Yin became more affectionate, and he even felt touched. Senior Little Pao, how do you feel about being easily defeated by that delinquent from Astral 9? Zora appeared to interview Little Pao. Little Pao laughed dryly. Well, the weather's pretty good today. Senior Little Pao, don't change the topic. Coco shouted. Yes, Senior Little Pao, don't change the topic. Silver appeared with a smile that was standard for a fox. His appearance scared Coco so much that she jumped behind Zora like a rabbit. Even Schutz, who had just arrived, was on guard. This guy was too terrifying and he gave off the impression of a butcher. Oh, everyone's here. Lu Yin, Xiao Luo and Foxy Face. Let me remind you guys, don't go easy on that bitch Grandini. Go all out and don't give her a chance to breathe, Lulu shouted as she appeared. Lu Yin was curious. Do you have a grudge against her? Lulu was unhappy. That woman mocked me and actually called me small. Everyone subconsciously looked towards Lulu's chest. Lulu's face turned red and she clenched her fists so tightly that they cracked. Everyone felt awkward. Not too far away, Hui Day Night glanced at the crowd with disdain. They were just a bunch of weaklings living in a group. The powerhouses of the Day Night clan had always acted alone. Zhao Yilong, Meng Yu and Dark Void had also woken up and were not too far away from them. They were at the Trial Zone Mountain, waiting for the 5th battle to begin in 12 hours. At the peak of the Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Xiaoyan looked down. Everyone gathered around Lu Yin as soon as he appeared. This was a kind of aura, not strength, but it still attracted many people. This person had a unique charisma. Right, does anyone have an extra gadget? Can I borrow one? Lu Yin asked. Lulu generously threw one at him. Take it and play with it. Wow, it's a limited edition. It's made of metal that can defend against an explorer's attack. Just one set costs a lot. Coco exclaimed. The others looked at the gadget in Lu Yin's hand with envy. Lulu raised her head. She was a mavis and she did not lack money. Lu Yin was thick-skinned and he immediately used the gadget. As for returning the money, that could wait. After logging in, he found that many people had contacted him, including Undying Yushan, Jerbok, Coco and the others from the academy. There were also unknown contacts. Lu Yin guessed that they were from his family as there were over 100 of such unknown contacts. It seemed like his family was worried about him, but there was no need for that now. The entire universe had seen his appearance. There was actually someone else. Mira, the Red Lotus Witchbow. Mira had actually contacted him and Lu Yin subconsciously glanced at Michelle. Compared to Mira, the two were stunning beauties. However, Mira was seductive while Michelle was cold and aloof. Back then, Mira had told him that as long as he made some achievements in the Astral Combat Academy, she would be able to recommend him to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. The Outerverse Youth Council and the Council of Astral Academy were difficult choices to make. Not long after, the crowd dispersed and went to rest. Lu Yin did not think about anything else. His priority now was to settle the Astral Combat Tournament. At the same time, at the peak of Astral 3's Trial Zone Mountain, Night Queen Yanqing's expression was solemn, and there was even a hint of fear in her eyes as she stared at the screen in front of her. A stalwart man looked at her. Remember, you cannot lose the Astral Combat Tournament. No matter who you face, the Night King clan cannot lose. Fear flashed through Night Queen Yanqing's eyes as she looked at the screen. Yes. On the screen, not far behind the stalwart man, a figure stood solemnly with his back slightly bowed. Night Queen Yanqing did not recognize this person, but if Lu Yin was here he would definitely recognize him as Lu Xiaoga. He should have been following Qingyu, but now he was standing behind the stalwart man. At Astral SXS Trial Zone Mountain, Sharon woke up. Less than 1,000 meters away, Frankfurt also woke up. They were both area masters and the two of them were evenly matched. However, at this moment, Frankfurt subconsciously retreated when he met Karen's gaze. The astral combat tournament had clearly shown everyone's strength. Frankfurt could only be considered an ordinary area master, while Sharon was definitely at the top. He could even fight against a realm master. 12 hours quickly passed and the group once again appeared in the Life-Seek realm. In the first battle a realm master appeared. Night Queen Yanqing against Chu Feng. Chu Feng's battles were very strange. Dark Void and Bonnie Phoenix were not weak, but they could not display their full strength against Chu Feng. His attacking style came from the erudite flow zone, and he was modest and amiable. He indeed had the style of a scholar. Scholars focused on righteousness, while the Day-Night clan style was slightly darker. Chu Feng's expression turned solemn when he faced Night Queen Yanqing. "Use your domain," Night Queen Yanqing said the moment she appeared in the arena plains. Chu Feng's expression turned solemn, and his star energy transformed into a brush. Black, ink-like star energy spread out as a peculiar undulation swept through the area. The crowd stared at this scene as they were no stranger to it. Dark Void and Bonnie had both been defeated at this moment, and they had not even been able to use their innate gifts. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes were filled with disdain. "Your domain is very strong, but do you think that it can seal my Night King clan? The people from the erudite flow zone are still so naive." She then charged towards Chu Feng and swept out with her leg. Purple veins spread out in the air as an incomparably powerful four-lined battle force erupted and crushed everything in its path, including Chu Feng. Even the arena plains were blasted apart. Countless people were stunned. Four-lined battle force. Another four-lined battle force from the Night King clan. Night Queen Yanqing's strength shocked countless people. This was a powerhouse from the Night King clan, someone who could instantly kill an expert who had reached this stage. Atop the high peak, Han Chong shook his head. Chu Feng's domain was too one-sided. It had infinitely strengthened his battle technique and tried in vain to seal everything. However, against a powerhouse who surpassed him, he could only be instantly killed. Night Queen Yanqing returned to the high peak. At this moment she seemed to be beginning to display the strength of the Night King clan. The Day-Night clan did not only have battle techniques. The next match was Feng Shang's and he easily won. The next match was Tu Bo's who also won easily. His water flow seemed soft but it was indestructible. The fourth match attracted everyone's attention. Astral One's student leader was up next, and her opponent was Lu Tang. Lu Tang was one of the Sword Sect's most outstanding disciples, and his battle prowess was enough to shock many people. Astral One's student leader was even more mysterious and no one knew her name. Many thanks to Brother Lon Chiang for the Alliance Master's reward. Here's the fourth update. Chapter 214. Lu Yin was really curious as he looked at the arena. He turned to Feng Shang. "What's the name of Astral One's leader?" Feng Shang's lips curled up strangely. "Starsabil." Lu Yin's pupils shrank. "What did you say?" Feng Shang laughed strangely. "She's Starsabil." "Impossible," Lu Yin denied. Although there was no concrete evidence, Starsabil was definitely an explorer, and her status was no lower than that of the 10 arbiters. How could she only be a Lemiter? Feng Shang smiled. "I knew you'd be surprised. Let me tell you something. Sometimes Starsabil doesn't just refer to one person. Of course there's only one Starsabil, but before the final selection is decided, there are several Starsabils and she's one of them." Lu Yin was stunned. Starsabil's final selection had not been decided yet? That meant that the Starsabil that Geraldine had seen in the Great Yu Empire was also one of them, and she might not necessarily be an explorer. As they spoke, the battle between Starsabil and Lu Tang began. The moment he attacked, Lu Tang used his star energy to form a sword and displayed an extremely powerful sword technique from the Sword Sect. Endless sword chi swept out and enveloped the entire arena plains. Countless people retreated, and even though there was a gust of wind blocking the attack, it still gave people the illusion that they would be cut down at any moment. Streaks of sword chi tore through the void and continuously expanded until they enveloped Astral One's leader, Starsabil. However, Lu Tang did not attack Starsabil. Instead, he suddenly turned around and stabbed out with his sword, causing ripples to appear in the void. A pure white finger stretched out and collided with the tip of the sword. There was a thump that caused everyone's eardrums to hurt, and in the next moment, The ground rapidly dried up as endless sword chi filled the entire area and forced Starsabil out of the void. Her distant figure gradually disappeared. Many people were confused. When had Starsabil escaped into the void? Atop the mountain peak, Lu Yin reached out and touched a strand of sword chi. He felt a stabbing pain at his fingertips and frowned. This was a sword technique supported by a domain, and it also had a desolate aura to it. Lu Xiaoyun was shocked. She had actually underestimated this junior brother of hers from the sword sect. His strength was not much weaker than hers. I want to know the name of this sword technique, Starsabil suddenly said as she easily dodged the sword chi. Lu Tang's gaze turned cold. Autumn Tang sword intent. Starsabil sighed in admiration. Very powerful sword techniques, domains, battle techniques, and even your emotions have been perfectly displayed. Your strength is enough to rival the previous realm masters, but it's a pity that this generation has changed. She then pointed out a finger. Lu Tang's gaze didn't change. He resolutely stabbed out with his sword, but in the next moment his body gradually dissipated. He didn't even realize when he had been seriously injured or even killed. Everyone stared blankly, unable to understand it all. Lu Yin was shocked as he could not understand what was going on either. Starsabil's attacks had surpassed his understanding. It was not that her power level was too great, but rather that it belonged to another type of battle style. It was very strange and mysterious. The other student leaders were already used to this, as this was Starsabil. Very quickly, Starsabil returned to her seat at the peak. Lu Yin looked at her solemnly, but Starsabil merely smiled at him. Everyone was still immersed in Starsabil's mysterious strength. After 3 consecutive matches, Grandini Mavis, Xiao Luo and Dao Bo had all won. The 8th match was about to begin and a person appeared on the arena plains. Lu Xiaoqiu. At the same time on the peak, a number appeared before Quang Wang's eyes. Everyone shivered as a realm master had finally faced off against a freak from the sword sect. Lu Xiaoyun subconsciously tightened her grip on her sword, and the others also looked at Quang Wang. Quang Wang smiled and licked his lips. Just in time. Let me try out the so-called strongest in the sword sect. He then pointed at the number and his body appeared on the arena plains. In the inner verse, countless people were silent. The battle that would truly test Lu Xiaoqiu had begun. Whether or not the godly 13 swords could defeat a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy was a hurdle. On the dusky ground, the old woman woke up the little girl. Little princess, Master Lu's battle has begun. The little girl rubbed her large eyes and looked at the screen. On the arena plains, Quang Wang's expression was solemn. He would not underestimate Lu Xiaoqiu as this person gave him a great sense of danger. Lu Xiaoyun had joined the Astral Combat Academy because of this person, which showed how terrifying Lu Xiaoqiu was. Quang Wang had released the Azure Dragon from the very beginning. The Azure Dragon was not an external object, and it was sealed within his body. It was a type of battle technique that Quang Wang could use in the Life-Seek realm. As the Azure Dragon roared, the void froze. The enormous creature cast a shadow over Lu Xiaoqiu, and it reached out with its sharp claws. A gale condensed into a wind blade that could easily tear through the void. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was calm as his star energy transformed into a rusty iron sword. With a sweep of his sword, the wind blade was shattered. This was just an ordinary strike, but the Azure Dragon could feel an extraordinary power. The Azure Dragon pressed down with its claws, attempting to use its body to suppress Lu Yin. At the same time, 3-line battle force appeared around Quang Wang's body. Back when he had faced Big Pao and Little Pao together, he had easily defeated Little Pao with his 3-line battle force. Most of the Beast Tamer's flow zone's strength was placed on their tamed beasts, but they were not powerless themselves. Quang Wang even had a terrifying 3-line battle force. Lu Xiaoqiu soared into the sky and easily avoided the Azure Dragon's attack. His star energy circled around his body as he gripped the hilt tightly with his right hand and stabbed at the Azure Dragon. His body followed the sword and the Azure Dragon stopped moving. At the same time, Quang Wang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled as he looked at the sky in disbelief. There Lu Xiaoqiu slowly appeared. A single strike had defeated the Azure Dragon, shocking everyone. Quang Wang was Astral 5's leader and the Tao of Heaven's realm master. Back when Big Pao and Little Pao had teamed up to face the Azure Dragon, they had been unable to retaliate. The Azure Dragon had the defense and strength to directly face an explorer, but it had been defeated by a melder like Xianxia with a single strike. It wasn't just Kuang Wang. The other student leaders and even the academy mentors could not believe their eyes. Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword tightly as she stared at Lu Xiaoqiu. This was the 13 swords. The one that had instantly killed Chilean Day Knight was the first sword, and now the one that had defeated the Azure Dragon was also the first sword. Just the first sword alone was unfathomable. Astral One's leader, Star Sibyl, had a solemn expression. The sword sect's strength was publicly acknowledged throughout the universe, and Lu Xiaoqiu was the most outstanding descendant of this generation. The strength that he had displayed so far was worthy of his status. Lu Yin slowly exhaled. This person was a little troublesome. Outside the arena plains, Big Pao and Little Pao were speechless. This was the Azure Dragon that had suppressed them so much that they could barely breathe. It was an astral beast that only a freak from the Divine Grade Hall could tame in the Beast Tamer's flow zone, but it had been defeated just like that. The people watching the battle from their screens were even more shocked. That was a dragon, and even an idiot knew how terrifying dragons were. Lu Xiaoqiu calmly looked at Kuang Wang, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. If this is the power of a leader, then you're not fit to sit in that position. There was blood at the corner of Kuang Wang's mouth, but he laughed inexplicably in an insolent manner. I never thought that I, Kuang Wang, would one day be challenged by a realm melder. In the entire universe, I fear no one at the same level as me, but now I'm being looked down upon by a mere melder. Ah! As he spoke, a dark green blade of grass appeared on the cracked ground beneath his feet. It gradually grew lush, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters. As the blade of grass swayed, it gradually transformed into the shape of a butterfly. As the butterfly-shaped blade of grass bloomed, a dark green light spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire arena plains and even the mountain peak. Everyone felt that something was wrong. There was an indescribable strangeness and awkwardness, as well as a strange sense of danger. A shockwave blocked the area outside the arena plains to prevent the shockwaves from spreading out and injuring the spectating students. However, the shockwave was unable to block the green light, which drifted away like fireflies in the daytime. It was a beautiful sight. Butterfly Emperor Grass. That's Butterfly Emperor Grass. Don't touch those light spots. Someone suddenly cried out. This person was from the Beast Tamer's flow zone and had just recalled a terrifying legend. Many people were confused. Atop the mountain peak, Star Sibyl's expression changed. No wonder it looked so familiar. It's Butterfly Emperor Grass. Kuang Wang is really going all out. What's Butterfly Emperor Grass? Han Chong was confused. Star Sibyl calmly explained, it's a plant-type astral beast. It's very beautiful, just like a butterfly, but the moment it's formed, it disperses all the star energy within its range, creating a vacuum of star energy. It's a very strange and powerful plant-type astral beast. I never thought that Kuang Wang would be hiding this. Lu Xiaoyun indifferently replied, it's useless. Although the 13 swords is powered by star energy, it consumes very little. As long as you have a little bit of star energy in your body, you can still use it. Star Sibyl smiled. The most terrifying thing about Butterfly Emperor Grass is its tyrannical nature. It repels star energy, and any star energy attack will be repelled as long as it touches those green light spots. Simply put, if Lu Xiaoqiu's sword was at full power, it would only have 10% of its power left when it reached Kuang Wang. Everyone was shocked. This was truly tyrannical. Kuang Wang had actually been hiding such a powerful trump card. It was no wonder that this guy had raised his battle force to 3 lines. Without using star energy, Lu Xiaoqiu would have a hard time fighting purely with his physical body. The introduction of the Butterfly Emperor Grass spread, and countless people stared at Kuang Wang in shock. As expected of a freak from the Beast Tamer's flow zone's Divine Grade Hall, he could even tame Butterfly Emperor Grass. This is your trump card? Lu Xiaoqiu's tone remained indifferent, and he was not surprised by the Butterfly Emperor Grass at all. Kuang Wang stood in front of the Butterfly Emperor Grass and said in a low voice, I know that you won't be helpless just because your star energy has been sealed. The sword sect doesn't just rely on star energy, but as long as the 13 swords are sealed, I have enough confidence to fight you. Lu Xiaoqiu slowly raised his sword. Swords are weapons and weapons are divided into long-range and short-range attacks. You seem to have forgotten that swords are originally close-range weapons. Lu Xiaoqiu's body moved with his sword, and his speed broke through the void as he thrust his sword towards Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang's eyes widened. With 3 lines of battle force, he was not afraid of any close-range combat. With a whoosh, Lu Xiaoqiu and Kuang Wang brushed past each other, and blood splattered onto the ground. Lu Xiaoqiu slowly turned around. "You're very strong. You've forced me into a close-range battle. Unfortunately, the 13 Swords has no weaknesses." The green light spots dissipated from the Life-Seek realm, leaving Kuang Wang bitter. He had actually been the first student leader to be defeated, but he had wholeheartedly accepted his loss. No one could believe that Lu Xiaoqiu had only used 3 swords from start to finish to defeat Kuang Wang, Astral 5 student leader. It was simply shocking. On the high peak, all the student leaders were silent. Lu Xiaoqiu was different from the other geniuses who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy. He truly had the strength to become the champion. There was now an empty spot on the high peak. Kuang Wang had been defeated and he did not have the qualifications to ascend to the peak. Many thanks to Brother Lon Chiang for the Alliance Master's reward. I'll add 5 more chapters. Sui Feng was an office worker and all the brothers who supported King's Stage knew that. They even knew Sui Feng's work and rest schedule. Adding 5 chapters was already the limit. Once again, thank you Brother Lon Chiang for your Alliance Master reward. Thank you all for supporting me from the Throne Stage to the Star Treader Stage. Only by guaranteeing quality can I repay everyone. I also promise that I will never stop updating. I'll update at least twice a day. Thank you for your support. Chapter 215. Kuang Wang's defeat had shattered everyone's belief that the Academy leaders were invincible. The 10 Academy leaders were very strong, but they could still be defeated. Once this belief was born, it could not be stopped. The remaining participants all looked towards the peak, wondering how many seats would be left after the Astral Combat Tournament. The most attractive aspect of the Astral Combat Academy was the Student Council. Joining the council was equivalent to being protected by the 10 arbiters, and only the Academy leaders could join the council. Lu Xiaoqiu's defeat of Kuang Wang did not mean that he could join the council. He had to formally challenge the Academy leader of his academy before he could join the council. However, since he had defeated an Academy leader in the Astral Combat Tournament, he could also formally challenge the Academy leader. Everyone's eyes burned with passion. Perhaps he had a chance. The next 2 matches were very ordinary. Han Chong and Xia Yi each won a match. Many people automatically equated Xia Yi with the Academy leader, as he was a freak with 4-line battle force. After Xia Yi, it was Shuai Yuyun's turn. This Astral 4 Academy leader had a cold expression on his face. Everyone had thought that this match would end quickly like Han Chong's, but the outcome was beyond their expectations. The battle had reached a stalemate and Shuai Yuyun's opponent was Sha. Sha's performance was very strong, and he had defeated many powerhouses along the way. In his last match he had defeated Heart Phoenix, sealed the golden undying bird in ice and nailed Heart to the ground. That scene had left a deep impression on many, but no one thought that he could defeat Shuai Luyun. Both of them were from Astral 4, but Shuai Luyun was a realm master while Sha was only an area master. However, the results of the battle shocked many, as Shuai Luyun could not do anything to Sha. On the plains, the 2 powerhouses from Astral 4 faced each other. They were both cold, but the difference was that Sha's expression was icy while Shuai Luyun's was sinister. Atop the peak, Dao Bo said, "Rumor has it that when Shuai Luyun was born, his planet was slaughtered to the point that even the sea was dyed red. He was the only survivor of that planet." Lu Yin was astonished. Was it a vendetta? Dao Bo shook his head and coldly said, "The planet's evolutionary trial." Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked down. At this moment Shuai Yuyun's eyes were turning redder and redder, but they were different from Myra's bewitching red. Soon an uncomfortable aura spread out. Lu Yin was shocked. This was Shuai Yuyun's attack. He could control a person's blood, which was a terrifying innate gift. The blue layer of ice on the surface of Sha's body grew colder and colder. An icy blue color gradually spread out. At the same time, that uncomfortable aura also spread out. This was the collision of their domains. It was formless but fatal. Whoever's domain had the upper hand would win. Since the start of the Astral Combat Tournament, the peak of battle force had been 4-line battle force, while Sharon had been the strongest in terms of domains. At this moment the two people below were clashing with their domains, and the battle between blue and blood red gradually became clearer. The entire arena plane was enveloped by their domains, changing its color and affecting everyone. The coldness and the acceleration of their blood flow made many people tremble in fear. They felt as if their bodies could explode at any moment. Both of them have focused all their strength on their domains. The outcome of this desperate battle will be decided very quickly, Feng Shang said with a sigh. Domains were not as clearly differentiated as battle force, and everyone used their domains differently. Although Sharon had only recently comprehended his domain, his experience as a lockbreaker allowed him to use his domain to enhance his 5 senses. Any battle technique powered by star energy would find it very difficult to defeat him. On the other hand, the two people on the arena plane were completely controlling the area with their domains, and they were trying to invade each other's domains. With the passage of time, the void above the plane began to tremble and crack. This was especially true at the point where the two domains collided. From the beginning, the formless space had transformed into a shocking spatial crack. It was like a black river flowing through the sky and gradually spreading out. Countless people in front of their screens were stunned and confused. Neither of them had taken a single step, but the weather had changed. This was the strength of the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. On Earth, Zhou Xian and the rest could not believe their eyes. Tearing through the void was something that he could not imagine. How much strength was required to do such a thing? Within the Great Yu Empire's first military academy, Geraldine was shocked. This was Lu Yin's opponent, and it was too terrifying. In the city in the sky, San Dios, Wendy Yushan's expression was solemn. The Outerverse Youth Council had always been on the same level as the Council of Astral Academy, and the other members had tacitly agreed to it. This made her feel uncomfortable, as the Council of Astral Academy's members were only limiters, while they were space-exploring powerhouses. Even their subordinate members were explorers such as Bazer. She had always believed that the Council of Astral Academy's status was due to the fact that several of the 10 arbiters had studied in the Astral Combat Academy. However, after watching the Astral Combat Tournament, she truly understood what it meant to be the strongest student leaders of the universe's top academies. Once these student leaders broke through to the explorer realm, their strength would definitely surpass that of ordinary explorers, and they would even have the qualifications to enter the top 100 rankings. The Astral Combat Academy was just an academy, and the student leaders were just students. Their strength only proved that they had outstanding innate gifts. Once they were tempered by battle, their strength would increase even more, and they would become powerhouses that could shake the universe in the shortest amount of time. It was no wonder why they could stand on the same level as her. The domains collided for a few minutes. The blue was no longer pure blue and the red was no longer pure red. Sha suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which transformed into a sharp blade in midair and slashed towards him. Sha dodged at the critical moment, but his neck was still cut open. The blood that flowed out once again transformed into countless tiny blades that invaded his blood vessels. Sha's face paled and a layer of ice spread over his body, sealing half of his neck in ice. Only then did he stop the vicious cycle. Many people were frightened by this scene and they looked at Shui Luyun in horror. This was too frightening. Blood could not be shed in a battle against him, as the moment one did, their blood would become his weapon, which was very difficult to defend against. What was even more frightening was that Shui Luyun had an innate gift of his domain, which allowed him to cause his opponent's blood to explode. It was simply impossible to defend against someone like him. However, the situation quickly reversed. Although Sha was heavily injured and half of his neck was sealed in ice, Shui Luyun's entire body was instantly sealed in ice. The blue color replaced the red color, and the entire arena was frozen, just like how Heart Phoenix had been frozen. A gust of wind swept past and the icy air swept into the distance. Lulu's body trembled. It's so cold. The others also felt the extreme cold, which was unbearable for them. A river in the distance was instantly sealed in ice. This was Sha's domain. As Shui Luyun's body collapsed, the second academy leader was defeated. Many of the Astral Combat Academy students were speechless. The academy leaders were supposed to be unbeatable, but in just a few short matches, Two of them had been defeated. Sha's strength had been completely exposed, and he now had the power to defeat an academy leader. In the next match, Lu Xiaoyan stepped up. Her opponent was only an ordinary area master, and he could not even withstand 2 strikes from her. When Lu Xiaoyan returned to the peak, the number 13 appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. It was his turn to fight in the 13th match. At the same time, a girl appeared in the arena. She had an ordinary appearance and a calm expression. It was Chao Ji. In that instant, countless people grew excited. The scene of Chao Ji defeating Calcifer had left a deep impression on them. That scene of Calcifer rotting away with a wave of her hand was enough to give them nightmares. That battle had been one of the most shocking battles in this Astral Combat Tournament, and now she was going to face Astral 10's leader. Lu Yin appeared in the arena. Regardless of whether it was the many students watching from outside the planes or those watching from the light screens, none of them believed that he could win. Chao Ji's previous battle had truly been too shocking, so much so that even outsiders could see that she had the strength to challenge the champion. Lu Yin was still a melder, and he was an entire realm lower than the other student leaders. Furthermore, he was the weakest student leader of Astral 10. Even if he had a record of crushing Long Yi, it could not compare to the shock that Chao Ji had brought. Many still believed that he was just a cover for Astral 10, and that he was inferior to Xia Luo and Silver. On the peak, Starsabil, Han Chong, Daobo and the rest all stared at Chao Ji. They also did not believe that Lu Yin could win, especially Feng Shang. Ever since he had recognized Ji Feng's battle technique, he had treated Chao Ji as his greatest competitor. Only he knew how terrifying Ji Feng was. Lu Yin took a deep breath as he stepped onto the arena for the second time. The Astral Combat Tournament had shocked the outside world too much, but he had only fought one battle, so he was still a little unfamiliar with it. He looked up at Chao Ji, but her eyes were still drifting about. It was the same as when she had faced Calcifer, as if she did not care about him at all. Lu Yin frowned as he recalled the Ji Feng that Feng Shang had mentioned. Could it really be related to the domain of time? It shouldn't be that terrifying. The Astral Combat Tournament had been broadcasted to the entire universe, which meant that neither the serious technique nor the serious palm could be used. If Astral 10's mentors could tell, then the other terrifying powerhouses in the universe could as well. After all, this technique had been obtained through illegal means, and it would not be good if he was hunted down. Lu Yin's head hurt. If he did not use the serious technique, should he just use his battle force? Everyone watched as Lu Yin continued to ponder, not knowing what he was doing. Haha, that Astral 10's leader must be afraid. Chao Ji instantly defeated her previous opponent, Calcifer, and Calcifer also instantly defeated Euro. That's Euro we're talking about. That's the area master who was previously defeated by several of Astral 10's top students. Lu Yin probably won't dare to make a move against Chao Ji. That's very likely, but he's still quite strong. He killed Long Yi with a single stomp, which isn't bad. Long Yi is just a melder. How can he compare to Chao Ji? She can instantly kill an area master. Everyone from Astral 10 looked at Lu Yin expectantly, not knowing how strong he was now. Xia Luo's eyes flickered, and he hoped that Lu Yin would not be disappointed. On Earth, countless people watched Lu Yin on a screen. The further he progressed, the greater Earth's reputation would become. After all, Lu Yin's introduction had originated from Earth. In San Dios, Wendy Yushan's gaze was calm. This person could only go so far. She had seen Chao Ji's battle before, and she was definitely comparable to the other student leaders, excluding Astral 10. This Lu Yin could not even be considered a true student leader. The difference was too great. The invisible aura technique that Undying Yushan had brought out from the Innerverse was too effective. No one could see Lu Yin's true strength, and they could not even measure his actual stats during battle. Chao Ji had probably waited for too long, and she grew impatient. She faced Lu Yin and waved her hand. Countless people's hearts skipped a beat as that gray gale appeared. It was this gray gale that had decayed Calcifer, causing him to not appear even now. Chapter 216. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He couldn't use serious technique, so he couldn't see the essence of the gray wind. He had no choice but to learn from Grand Aini and Xia Yi. His battle force erupted, and a bright black aura covered his entire body with purple lines. He used flash to tear through the void and appear in front of Chao Ji, kicking out, Three-lined battle force? Someone exclaimed. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This person had actually grasped three-lined battle force, and there weren't many people in the entire Astral Combat Academy who had reached this level. Frankfurt's mouth hung open in shock. He only had two-line battle force and Lu Yin had been killed by his spear. How had he changed so much in just a few months? There was a boom as Xiaoxi retreated. The ground exploded from Lu Yin's kick and a gray wind swept past. Lu Yin's battle force shattered, and he was shocked that even three-line battle force could not defend against it. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been able to instantly kill Calcifer. The gray wind swept through the area and suppressed the entire arena plains. Even the void was unable to withstand it and cracks rained down from the sky, tearing the ground apart. The three-lined battle force around Lu Yin's body dissipated. Once it completely disappeared, he would also be corroded and he would only last for 5 seconds at most. On the peak, the student leaders were not surprised. Feng Shang sighed. Three-lined battle force can't even stop the Ji Feng. I really don't know where this woman learned this battle technique. Starsabil replied, Xiaoxi should be a genius who was chased into the astral wilderness 30 years ago. You know? Feng Shang was astonished. Starsabil smiled. I calculated it. Feng Shang rolled his eyes. He didn't believe her. If this girl really is that Xiaoxi, then that's interesting. She wasn't able to escape because of the Ji Feng. Starsabil had a strange look in her eyes. Han Chong, Daobo and the rest were shocked. The Ji Feng was not her strongest power. When his three-lined battle force collapsed, everyone thought that it was over for Lu Yin. Even Undying Yushan, who was watching from his screen, thought so. They had to admit that Lu Yin was a genius for reaching his current level in just a year, but there was still a gap between him and those freaks. In Astral 10's space station, Madame Naylan sipped her tea and watched without blinking. There was an inexplicable smile on her face. How could someone who could survive in space as a melder be corroded by a mere wind? Following the collapse of his three-line battle force, the gray wind began to corrode Lu Yin's body. However, in the next second, a purple stream of air surged upwards, shaking the heavens and earth. Countless people gaped in shock. For four-line battle force. The student leader's pupils shrank. How could this be? No matter who it was, no one dared to believe that Lu Yin had actually grasped four-line battle force, including the students and mentors of Astral 10. They were more surprised than anyone else because Lu Yin had only recently comprehended battle force. Outside the plains, Xiyu covered her mouth as she stared in disbelief at the soaring purple. It really was four-line battle force. How could it be so fast? She had received help from the clan, but she had only managed to obtain a single vein. On the plains, Xiaoxi was astonished and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on her face. Four-line battle force was the symbol of the absolute pinnacle, and any opponent who had comprehended four-line battle force was very strong. She could not underestimate this opponent. Lu Yin clenched his fists and his lips curled up. Drift Charge Planet's life or death calamity had caused his strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. Before that, he had only been an area master and had not been able to defeat Euro. He had even needed to work with Xiao Luo and the others. However, after Drift Charge Planet's life or death calamity, he could easily kill Euro. It was also at this moment that he realized why the 10 arbiters were so high and mighty. They were all from the same generation, but the gap between them was so great that it was unimaginable. In the past, he had not been able to understand why the 10 arbiters were so strong. No matter how strong they were still part of the younger generation. But now, this confusion had transformed into anticipation and passion, and he saw the possibility of reaching the 10 arbiters level. Another four-line battle force user had appeared in the Astral Combat Tournament, and this strength shocked the elites of the other academies watching their screens. Regardless of whether it was the outer verse or the inner verse, battle force was the symbol of a genius. Now, another four-line battle force user had suddenly appeared in the Astral Combat Academy. This was simply shocking. Four-lined battle force's defense blocked the Ji Feng. Lu Yin looked at Xiaoxi and slowly raised his right fist before punching out. His strength was already great, even surpassing Lulu's. Coupled with his battle force, even if he did not use any battle techniques, the might of his punch was enough to shatter the void. The shockwave formed a visible shockwave that destroyed everything in its path. Chao Ji's eyes trembled and she quickly retreated. In front of her, the shockwave caused by Lu Yin's strength had caused the void to crack and spread even further. If not for the energy from the mentors outside the planes, even an area master would have been killed by the shockwave. The might of Lu Yin's punch surpassed even that of Xia Yi and Zhang Shi. Chao Ji suddenly stopped and the Ji Feng disappeared. What appeared next was the same as Lu Yin's purple battle force that soared into the sky. It swept out like a storm and neutralized the shockwave. Another four-lined battle force user. Many people were speechless. Another four-lined battle force user had appeared. When had four-lined battle force become so worthless? Atop the peak, Starsibyl smiled. That's right. The reason she was able to avoid death back then was because of her battle force. However, she only had three-line battle force back then. Now she's broken through to four-line battle force. Chao Ji's strength had widened the horizons of countless people. She was definitely at the level of an academy leader and Lu Yin was the same. Two four-line battle force users were facing off against each other, just like Zhang Shi and Xia Yi. Lu Yin sighed. Four-line battle force. Amazing. Chao Ji's expression was calm. You're not my opponent. Why not? Lu Yin was puzzled. Chao Ji slowly turned to the side. Even if we're both four-line battle force, there are still differences in strength. The carrier of battle force is the physical body and I'm very confident in that. She then twisted her body and sent a roundhouse kick towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his left arm and smirked. Boom. There was a huge explosion as the ground shattered, and everything within a kilometer turned into a deep crater. A huge crack extended from the bottom of Lu Yin's feet all the way to the peak, cutting off a corner of it. Smoke and dust filled the air. Chao Ji's pupils shrank and she stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. She was still in her kicking posture and Lu Yin was still in his blocking posture with his left arm. The ground beneath his feet had not been destroyed, and he had not even moved a single step. Sorry, but I'm more confident in my physical body than you are, Lu Yin said indifferently. He raised his leg and kicked out at Chao Ji's abdomen. Chao Ji spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. She tried to twist her body, but she was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. 9 consecutive explosions rang out. This was 9 stacks. The 9th explosion almost threw her into the void crack. Lu Yin bent his legs and his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right above Chao Ji and he punched out. Chao Ji's pupils shrank and her right knee collided with Lu Yin's. There was a thump and an arc of energy swept out, overturning the ground and shaking the clouds. The entire plane trembled, and Chao Ji's right leg was shattered as her body was ruthlessly pressed into the ground by Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his right fist again. It's over. He punched out again and everything within 100 meters was pulverized. Then everything within a kilometer was reduced to dust. Countless people stared blankly in front of their screens. This destructive power was terrifying. This was the life-seek realm of the trial zones, and even a battle force powerhouse could only damage a limited area. However, Lu Yin had almost completely pulverized the entire arena plane. Even the distant peak had been affected and a small portion of it had been reduced to dust. Many of the Astral Combat Academy students stared at Lu Yin in horror. Was this the so-called feint? Bullshit, whose feint was so terrifying. He was an absolute leader with 4-line battle force, and he was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. A single punch had caused Chao Ji to disappear from the life-seek realm. They were both 4-lined battle force powerhouses, but Chao Ji had been unable to retaliate. Lu Yin's physical body was too powerful, to the point where he didn't even know his own limits. The Great Yu Empire went crazy and countless people chanted King Zishan's name. Even if they didn't know Lu Yin, he was still the Empire's King Zishan. The undying duo had once made the Great Yu Empire famous throughout the universe, and now the 5th Princess Wendy Yushan had also shaken the heavens. Now another King Zishan had appeared. Earth was also in an uproar. Compared to the Great Yu Empire, Zhou Xian and the others were even more shocked by Lu Yin. They didn't understand battle force, domains or the life-seek realm, but they knew that Lu Yin had won. In San Dios, Wendy Yushan stared at her screen in shock. She looked at the calm Lu Yin and no one knew what she was thinking. Elsewhere, Bazer's face was pale. How could this be? A puny ant had actually climbed to this point? Impossible. That was 4-lined battle force. Even he hadn't grasped battle force, but that ant had. At this moment he regretted his actions, as he shouldn't have been so ruthless. The planes had been destroyed, but the mentors had been unable to fathom Lu Yin's strength, so they had quickly recovered. Lu Yin calmly returned to the peak and sat down in the 10th seat. At this moment no one doubted or ridiculed him. Everyone only looked at him with respect, worship and fear. He had received the honor that truly belonged to this seat. Clap 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 clap. Feng Shang applauded and looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Brilliant, Brother Lu. Your performance was brilliant. Feng Shang's words represented his approval. Lu Yin smiled. I was just warming up the atmosphere. Please don't take offense. Night Queen Yanqing glanced at Lu Yin fearfully, but she didn't say anything. Lu Xiaoyun's eyes were still filled with shock. She had misjudged Lu Yin and she had thought that he was just a disguise. She hadn't expected him to be an absolute powerhouse whose strength wasn't any weaker than hers. Why hadn't she noticed him in person? This person's methods of concealing his strength were even more terrifying. Starsibyl's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Yin, but she smiled and didn't say anything. The next match was between Silver and Long Zhe. Long Zhe had displayed his brilliance during the tournament of the 3 academies, where he had stopped Qilian Day Night. At that time many people had been stunned by his strength, as he had been an area master. However, after so many matches, area masters were no longer considered much. At least they were nothing compared to this year's Astral Combat Tournament. The truly stunning ones were people like Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoqiu and Chao Ji. Silver's domain was enough to defeat Long Zhe, and there were no surprises. The next 2 matches were between Sharon and Lu Yin, and there were no surprises as well. Both of them won. At this point the 5th round of the drawing of lots had ended, and 16 people had advanced to the next round. At this point in the tournament, they were already at the same level as the finals of the previous Astral Combat Tournament. However, this year they hadn't even reached the semi-finals. Chapter 217. The strength of this year's Astral Combat Tournament had left the other top academies, who had been trying to catch up to the Astral Combat Academy, in the dust. They had calculated that the strongest students were probably only at the level of an ordinary area master, and it was very difficult for an ordinary area master to enter the semifinals. This year's Astral Combat Tournament's most outstanding student was not a freak like Lu Xiaoqiu, but rather Astral 10. A total of 3 people had entered the top 16. Ever since the crazy headmaster had destroyed Astral 10 1,000 years ago, Astral 10 had never experienced such glory again. This result had shocked many. When the 5th round ended, many students looked at Astral 10's students strangely, and Coco was so frightened that she immediately disappeared. Silver smiled as he looked around, his foxy expression causing many to shudder. Xiao Luo was still as gentle as ever, and many girls were tempted. Atop the peak, Lu Yin stood up and looked down at everyone. Everyone, I'll see you in the top 16. With that, he vanished. Feng Shang stretched lazily. Did you hear that? Junior is provoking us, huh? Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed. Even though Lu Yin had displayed 4-lined battle force, it was still not enough for her to take him seriously. At most she was wary of him, as her true opponents were Starsibyl and Han Chong. The 6th round would only begin a day later, which gave everyone plenty of time to rest. Lu Yin opened his eyes on the trial zone mountain and was greeted by shocked expressions. What's wrong? What's wrong? You're asking what's wrong? Brother, tell me, do you have a secret to increasing battle force? Big Pao asked in an exaggerated manner. Everyone else stared at Lu Yin with eager expressions. Lu Yin nodded with a serious expression. There is. Everyone was shocked. There really was? What is it? Big Pao asked. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Experiencing life and death. Everyone rolled their eyes, thinking that Lu Yin was joking. Unfortunately, he was not. Drift Charge Planet's Samsara transformation had resulted in his current strength. The first time he had used the arcane art of life and death had forced him to unleash his immense potential and raise his battle force to 3 lines. 4 lines was the result of his second use of the arcane art of life and death. He had indeed experienced life and death, and it was not fake. Unfortunately, this method could not be replicated because he had really died. Brother Lu, you have to take care of me in the future. Coco approached Lu Yin with an adorable smile. Lu Yin laughed and patted her head. Lulu raised her fist. Wait until I've raised my battle force to 4 lines, then I'll challenge you to a duel. In the distance, Michelle was still looking at Lu Yin with shock in her eyes. Her current thoughts were completely different from when she had first entered the academy. Back then she had come here to pick on Astral 10 and hoped that it would be suppressed. Now she truly approved of Astral 10, especially since these students were not weak. Even the weakest of them, Coco, Schutz, and a few others, could be considered average compared to the other academies, not to mention the unfathomable Xiao Luo Silver and the strongest Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoyun walked down from the top of the Trial Zone mountain. Her appearance startled everyone. Why is there a living person here? Zola exclaimed. Lu Xiaoyun frowned as these words were not pleasant to hear. She calmly looked at Lu Yin. Sorry, I underestimated you. Lu Yin smiled. It's nothing. Lu Xiaoyun continued. The Trial Zone mountain is the entrance to the Trial Zones. The higher you go, the higher your status. You can have the peak. She then calmly walked to the other side. Lu Yin looked at the peak. It was tall, but he did not like it. It was too eye-catching, and now was not the time. If any of you want to go up, then go ahead. Astral 10 doesn't have such rules. No one cared. There were only 14 students in Astral 10, so who was he going to show off to? At the same time, at the border of the erudite flow zone, Commander Shui Chuanshao clasped his hands behind his back and looked out into space. Countless planets were connected into a single line, and beyond this line of defense was the astral beast domain, which was extremely difficult for humans to enter. It was also vast and unfathomable. 2 more battles and we'll be done. There's no need to reveal everything in one go. After all, these are the next generation's outstanding talents, so don't get on the Celestial Vanquishers list, Shui Chuanshao said. Behind him, an officer respectfully replied, This subordinate will notify the Astral Combat Academy. Wait. Shui Chuanshao turned to look at the giant star chart and pointed at one of the lines of defense. Who's the guardian here? Master Chu Ao from the Erudite Flow Zone's Lost Radiance Academy. What about here? Master Jalea from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's First Hall. Here. As he looked at the star chart, Shui Chuanshao said, Notify the Astral Combat Academy that all of the top 16 are to gather at the border of the Astral Beast domain. The top 4 will be the leaders and they'll be stationed at the border. The officer was shocked. Commander, the border war is too dangerous. The Astral Combat Academy will not agree. Shui Chuanshao sneered. This is my order. I don't need their approval. Yes, sir. Right, is there another powerhouse on the other side? The officer solemnly replied, The Astral Beast domain's 3rd-ranked race, the Void Thunder Beast Yao Gu. Shui Chuanshao was stunned. Yao Gu? The one who made it onto the Skymanders list and fought to a draw with Sarati Phoenix of the 10 Arbiters? Yes. Shui Chuanshao frowned. This was troublesome, as this was a heavyweight who could change the outcome of the war. Contact the 10 Arbiters Council immediately. If we need their support, we can reveal Yao Gu's existence. Yes, Commander. The officer hesitated before asking, Commander, since Yao Gu is here, the border war will be even more dangerous. What about the students? Carry out the order. Yes. Elsewhere in outer space, a spacecraft was approaching Astral 10. It was under the orders of a day-night girl to deliver a cosmic ring to Astral 10's leader, Lu Yin. As it approached Astral 10, the spacecraft shook for a moment before stabilizing. The people inside did not seem to care, but no one noticed that there was an extra person in the cabin. It was a very large person. The spacecraft smoothly entered Astral 10 and Little Pao came out to welcome them. Please tell Lu Yin that Miss Shua Day Night asked us to return this cosmic ring to him, one of them said politely to Little Pao. Little Pao accepted the cosmic ring and nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly appeared in the space station. It was the Rainmaster. Little Pao was shocked. The Rainmaster? On the other side, Madame Naylan also saw the Rainmaster through the spacecraft. The Rainmaster's expression was solemn as he scanned the entire space station. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. A familiar aura. As he spoke, the star energy in the space station boiled. The large person was repelled by the star energy and could not hide. He took a step forward and tried to charge into outer space. The Rainmaster's gaze was cold. "Since you're here, don't leave, Void Thunder Beast." A Void Thunder Beast? The others were shocked as they had all heard of this name before. It was a race that was ranked third on the Astral Beast Domain's Heavenly Beast list. They were powerful astral beasts, but this person was a Void Thunder Beast. Roar. An earth-shaking roar exploded in Astral 10. Lightning flashed and spread through the void, attempting to tear apart the heavens. This was a Void Thunder Beast with the strength of a cruiser. The Rainmaster was not surprised. Void Thunder Beasts were ranked third on the Heavenly Beast list because any adult Void Thunder Beast had the strength of an explorer. This was a very powerful race. "Stay here. Human, you can't keep me here." The Void Thunder Beast roared and a bolt of lightning pierced through the void. It arrogantly glanced at Astral 10 before charging into the void. This was the Void Thunder Beast's life-saving technique. It was very difficult to kill a Void Thunder Beast, and even though it was only a cruiser, it had an escape technique that even a hunter could not capture. The Rainmaster's eyes widened and he pointed a finger forward. The void that had originally disappeared distorted, and blood splattered across the void as a strange beast appeared in a sorry state. This was the Void Thunder Beast's true form. The Void Thunder Beast was shocked. "Impossible. How can a mere human academy and Astral 10, which is the weakest academy, force me out? Impossible. You're too arrogant. Even your ancestors wouldn't dare to charge into Astral 10. How bold of you!" The Rainmaster shouted. The Void Thunder Beast trembled. "Enlighter. Human enlighter. No. I don't want to die. My young master is Yao Gu. You can't kill me. I'm just helping my young master find something that he lost. Senior, please don't kill me. Boom." The Void Thunder Beast exploded, and its enormous body disappeared from outer space. Little Pao, Madame Naylan and the rest watched in horror. This was a battle that they could not comprehend. It had taken place in the void, an environment that they could not even touch. The Void Thunder Beast had died just like that, and the Rainmaster hadn't even asked about it. Little Pao had never seen such an iron-blooded side of the Rainmaster. Madame Naylan looked at the Rainmaster with a grave expression. They had once thought that Astral 10 was just an ordinary academy, and that the mentors who stayed behind were at most hunters. However, the strength that the Rainmaster had displayed was definitely above that. The Void Thunder Beast had shouted that he was an enlighter before dying, which meant that this mentor was an enlighter, which was a realm above the hunter realm. Why would an exiled academy have an enlighter? Could the rumors be true? Had Astral 10 become a prison ever since the Dean had gone crazy 1,000 years ago? The Rainmaster watched as the distorted void gradually calmed down and then turned to look at Little Pao. Without saying a word, he calmly left. Little Pao exhaled. It was too terrifying. That kind of power that could destroy the void with a flick of his finger was too terrifying. The Void Thunder Beast had been unlucky. It had been ordered by Yao Gu to search for a lost bank card, but it had been killed instead. The bank card was not important. What was important was that it had been lost in Yao Gu's hands. He was a powerhouse who could rival the 10 arbiters, and anyone who could take the bank card from him without him noticing was definitely not a simple person. Yao Gu had originally only ordered the Void Thunder Beast to secretly investigate, but the beast had underestimated Astral 10 and had actually charged in. It had died a miserable death. In the entire human domain, there were very few powerhouses who could kill a cruiser realm Void Thunder Beast, and Lu Yin had just happened to run into one. Not long after, he happily took the cosmic ring from Little Pao. He had never thought that he would be able to find it. Apparently, a day-night woman asked someone to bring it to you, Little Pao said. Lu Yin grunted. "Thank you, Senior Little Pao." Little Pao nodded and went to the side to rest. Chapter 218. Lu Yin checked the cosmic ring and smiled. He had never thought that he would be able to recover what he had lost. There were all sorts of things that he had painstakingly obtained, such as 97,500 star crystals and 710,000 star crystals in his Mavis bank card. It was a huge sum, but fortunately he had been able to recover it. Saving Zhou Day Night had not been in vain. Lu Yin looked up. Back at the pirate port, he had guessed that the Leo family would not kill Zhou Day Night if they discovered her existence. Now it seemed that this woman was safe. This was her background. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. If he had a background in the Day-Night clan, then he would not have experienced the despair of Drift Charge Planet. He would have been rescued by the Leo family and respectfully sent to the Innerverse instead of being treated as white meat. Unknowingly, Lu Yin's budding thoughts grew stronger and stronger. He suddenly thought of something and took out a ring from his cosmic ring. This was the Great Yu Empire's Ring of Authority. After undying Yushan's death, anyone could use this ring to command the Empire's army. Lu Yin had originally rejected this ring and had not wanted to accept it, but after his near-death experience on Drift Charge Planet, his mentality had changed. It was quite suitable for him to wear this ring. A day passed quickly, and when everyone appeared in the arena plains once more, many places in the human domain were silent as they stared at the screens that had been activated once more. The top 16 battles had begun. Xue Luyun and Quang Wang still had not appeared at the peak. The losers did not have the right to reach the peak. This was the reality. When Lu Yin appeared, many people were shocked, and the scene of him killing Chao Ji, who had 4-line battle force, appeared in their minds once more. The top 16 battles were obviously much more attractive than the previous battles, and more people were watching. The first student leader was Dao Bo, Astral SX's leader, Realm Master of the Tao of Purgatory, and one of the Lockbreaker Society's most talented lockbreakers. Just like Sharon, he was only one step away from becoming a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. However, unlike Sharon, Dao Bo lacked both power and lock-breaking abilities. Dao Bo was much more terrifying than Sharon. Dao Bo's opponent was Xiao Luo. When he saw Xiao Luo, Dao Bo's eyes lit up. He admired this junior whose astonishing lock-breaking aptitude was enough to make him a genius, but he was still immature. Xiao Luo was very strong and had easily dispelled Jared's karmic flame sword as well as the battle techniques from the Tao of Illusion Inheritance. However, against Dao Bo, this was an opponent on a completely different level. He did not know how far Xiao Luo could go. Everyone from Astral 10 looked at Xiao Luo sympathetically. Xiao Luo was very carefree. He stepped onto the plains with ease and faced Dao Bo directly. "Senior, please advise me." Dao Bo smiled. "I'm a Limiter, and you're a Melder. This battle isn't fair to you. We're both lock breakers, so why don't we neutralize each other's star energy?" Xiao Luo smiled. "I'll listen to Senior." Dao Bo nodded. "All right, let's begin." As soon as he spoke, the two moved at the same time. They casually threw out their palms and collided with each other. There was no earth-shattering tremor, just the collision of two waves of star energy that seemed to split the world in half. Not only was the star energy within their bodies separated, but even the star energy drifting around the arena planes was also separated. They were neutralizing each other's star energy while trying to seize control of the world around them. This was a battle between lockbreakers. Lockbreakers only cared about star energy and they wanted to neutralize all forms of star energy. This was the foundation of being a lockbreaker, and in the eyes of Dao Bo and Xiao Luo, their opponent was a source box that was enveloped by their own star energy. Gradually, the two waves of star energy transformed into visible tornadoes that surged upwards and collided with each other in the air. They were formless, but it felt like they were colliding with the heavens and earth. Quite a few people felt dizzy from the impact, and at almost the same time, two extraordinary waves of energy swept out. These were domains. Xiao Luo had also comprehended a domain. A similar scene had occurred in the previous battle between Xia and Xue Luyun, and both domains had clashed. The only difference was that they had clashed head-on and suppressed each other. Now their domains were trying to neutralize each other's attacks, and the difficulty had increased by more than one level. Invisibly, the world around them distorted like ripples of water. A curious student stretched his hand past the energy barrier set up by his mentor and touched the void. His entire body was torn apart, and the spectating students felt their scalps go numb. Ordinary people could not understand a battle between lockbreakers. Only lockbreakers were able to. In Lu Yin's eyes, the world around them was very dangerous, and Xiao Luo was in even more danger. His star energy was gradually being neutralized and replaced by an almost invisible silver-gray color. Not long after, the two stopped at the same time. Xiao Luo smiled. "Congratulations, Senior. You've won." Dao Bo replied, "You're not bad. You're not any worse than Sharon." Xiao Luo smiled and left the Life-Seek realm. Dao Bo calmly returned to the peak and sat down. Many people were confused, but they did not ask any questions. Some people would pretend to understand even if they did not. Lu Yin glanced at Dao Bo and sighed inwardly. If he had not used the serious art, he would not have been able to participate in such a battle. His control over star energy was still too weak. The first match ended peacefully, and the second match was between Lu Xiaoyun and Tu Bo. Lu Xiaoyun had not paid much attention to Tu Bo at first. Although he had also reached the top 16 and was a top-tier area master, there was still a gap between him and a realm master. However, when they actually fought, she realized that she had underestimated Tu Bo. His control over water was simply inconceivable. Lu Yin and the other student leaders were shocked as well. Tu Bo was very strong. Sword Qi crisscrossed the plains as water raged. The invincible sword Qi battle technique was blocked by the gentle water flow, and Lu Xiaoyun's attack was rendered invisible. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaoyun looked at Tu Bo in shock and raised her sword once more. Her clothes fluttered without any wind, and her eyes lit up as a shockwave rippled out from her feet. Many felt a chill run down their spines as if a blade was hanging over their necks. This was a domain. To the various student leaders, domains were not rare. The void in the sky was torn apart and transformed into the shape of a sword that covered the entire arena plains. Countless jaws dropped as they stared at this scene in shock. Using a domain to tear apart the void and transform into a sword, this attack covered the entire arena plains and even the void. Tu Bo could only brace himself for the attack. Outside the plains, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was calm, and there was even a trace of disdain in it. As the endless rain of swords fell, it was as if the void had been torn apart and extended to the ground. The entire world became unstable and all of the spectators felt their scalps go numb. Every single sword rain was enough to instantly kill an area master, and this technique could stop an entire army. In front of their screens, countless people were similarly shocked. This was too terrifying, and this was only a limiter. Once Lu Xiaoyun became an explorer, what would happen if she used this technique in outer space? Even a warship would not be able to block it, and this was practically a strategic attack. A section of the arena plains was blasted away, and Tu Bo was also sent sprawling on the ground. Only the protruding section of the ground beneath his body was visible, and it was especially eye-catching. Lu Xiaoyun looked at Tu Bo with a grave expression. This person was still alive. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew past and lifted up Tu Bo's torn clothes, revealing 3 dark green leaves. These were Shamrock Enterprises insignia. Shamrock Enterprises? He's a seed of Shamrock Enterprises. Someone exclaimed. Many people stared at Tu Bo in shock. Shamrock Enterprises searched the entire universe for gifted children and allowed them to grow up on their own so that they could become part of Shamrock Enterprises in the future. These people were called seeds, and any seed was an absolute genius. Dark Void of Astral. 10 was one such seed, and so was Tu Bo. Lu Xiaoyun was astonished. No wonder he was so powerful and had been able to block her endless rain of swords. He was actually a seed of Shamrock Enterprises. Tu Bo slowly stood up. His body was covered in countless bloody scars, but he was not seriously injured. He calmly looked at Lu Xiaoyun and suddenly raised a hand. The water around Lu Xiaoyun immediately wrapped around her and spun rapidly, isolating her from the void. With a wave of his hand, the water ball was blasted into a spatial tear. No matter how strong one was, unless they were an explorer, it would be very difficult for them to escape from the void. Tu Bo did not need to defeat Lu Xiaoyun. He only wanted to banish her into the void. However, just as Lu Xiaoyun was thrown into the void, a flash of sword light flashed past, and Tu Bo fell straight to the ground, dead. Less than 2 seconds after his death, Lu Xiaoyun was also thrown into the void. She could only leave the Life-Seek realm by dying. In this battle, both of them had perished together. Many people looked at Tu Bo's corpse in confusion, not understanding how he had died. Only Lu Xiaoqiu, who was outside the plains, had a gleam in his eyes. You actually imitated the first sword of the 13 swords. Sister, you're still as stubborn as ever. No one had expected Lu Xiaoyun to die together with Tu Bo. In fact, if not for her final sword, they would have lost this battle. However, Tu Bo had died before Lu Xiaoyun, so this battle was considered Lu Xiaoyun's victory. Feng Shang's expression did not look good. The various student leaders had been challenged one after another, and including Lu Xiaoyun, 3 of them had already died. Their prestige was gradually eroding and they could not afford to lose again. In the third battle, A number appeared before Han Chong's eyes. It was another student leader. Many people felt strange as there had never been a battle between student leaders before. The Astral Combat Academy had been too obvious. Han Chong's opponent was Xia Yi. Many people turned solemn as Xia Yi was a powerhouse with four-lined battle force. Would Han Chong be able to block him? The current rankings of the 10 academies were based on the previous Astral Combat Tournament. Aside from Astral 1 and Astral 10, which had remained unchanged for 1,000 years, the rankings of the other academies would change. Although Han Chong was Astral 2's student leader, that did not mean that he could defeat Dao Bo Feng Shang and the other student leaders of the lower-ranked academies. "Old Han, give us some face," Feng Shang said. Han Chong tapped the number and appeared in the center of the arena plains. Xia Yi had already appeared across from him. At this point, many people had already revealed their trump cards, and Xia Yi was no exception. Thus, when facing Han Chong, he immediately displayed his four-line battle force and punched across space. He wanted to rely on his physical strength to crush Han Chong. At the same time, atop the high peak, Star Sibyl, Night Queen Yanqing, and the others were all staring at Han Chong. Even now, no one knew what his trump cards were or how strong he was. Lu Yin also stared at Han Chong. This person's ability to hide his strength was not inferior to his own. Or rather, all the student leaders had their own methods of hiding their strength, but for some reason, Lu Yin felt that Han Chong's concealment was deeper than his own. Xia Ye's fist tore through the void and directly descended in front of Han Chong. Chapter 219. Han Chong was calm as he spread out his hands and used his star energy to draw a picture of mountains and rivers. Xia Ye's four-lined battle force fist was blocked by the seemingly weak star energy landscape. Han Chong was shocked at first, but when he saw the landscape clearly, his eyes flashed with a strange glint of ecstasy. Boom! The star energy landscape pushed Xia Yi back before enlarging and crushing the ground. Xia Yi stood in place like a fool as his entire body was crushed to pieces by the landscape painting. Everyone was stunned. This had happened too quickly. A four-lined battle force cultivator had been killed just like that. Han Chong himself was stunned as well. Xia Yi should not have been this weak, but a win was a win. Night Queen Yanqing frowned as she could not understand. Han Chong's attack had been powerful, but it should not have been enough to make Xia Yi unable to dodge it. How had he been killed so easily? Star Sibyl, Feng Shang and the rest were all puzzled. Lu Yin felt the same way as he felt that Han Chong's attack style was too unconventional. He was truly a scholar when it came to painting. Very quickly, the next two contestants appeared in the arena plains. Another student leader had appeared, and it was Astral 9's leader, Lu Yin. His opponent was Grandini Mavis. The moment Lu Yin saw Grandini, he removed his earpiece with a solemn expression. No one dared to underestimate a powerhouse from the Mavis family. Grandini clenched her fists and immediately attacked the moment Lu Yin appeared. Her stance was exactly the same as Lulu's, but she was much more violent. Lu Yin opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar that caused the void to collapse like a bowstring being pulled. The sound waves formed a shockwave that spread out in all directions. Even with the energy barrier, many students still fainted from the shock. Grandini's fist smashed into the sound waves, but she was unable to advance any further. She stomped her right foot on the ground and suddenly, there was an explosion as her body advanced an inch. Another explosion followed as her body advanced once more, and the sound waves were torn apart. Lu Yin was shocked. 9 stacks? That's right, it was definitely 9 stacks. He had not expected Grandini to know 9 stacks as well. No wonder 9 stacks could not be added to a powerful battle technique. However, the Mavis family relied on their monstrous strength, which made this battle technique the most suitable. With Grandini's monstrous strength combined with 9 stacks, Lu Yin could already imagine Lu Yin's tragic fate. When the 8th explosion rang out, Grandini tore through the sound waves and punched Lu Yin in the abdomen. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, but he grabbed Grandini's arm and roared again. The space around them rippled as countless birds chirped. Grandini's eyes went blank as she was dragged into an illusion. Lu Yin was the realm lord of the Tao of Seeds, and he had obtained the bloodline of the ancient illusory sound bird. His voice could create illusions. However, Grandini soon broke free from the illusion. At this moment, Lu Yin once again pulled away from her. High up in the sky, lines of sound waves converged to form a sphere that crashed down. Many students subconsciously covered their ears. Grandini's eyes widened as she punched out. Immediately 9 loud bangs rang out, followed by a 10th, an 11th, and a 13th. She didn't know 9 stacks but 13 stacks. The terrifying monstrous strength combined with the 13 stacks forcefully shattered the sound wave without losing any momentum. The force formed a visible shockwave that blasted towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin suffered another blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. In front of him, Grandini leapt up and raised her right leg before smashing it down. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and he closed them. The space around him trembled, and everyone saw that everything within 100 meters of him had turned dark. This was the soundless realm. It was said that everything in the world had sound, and once all sound was removed, a soundless realm would be formed. A person would hear the sound of their own blood flowing through their veins, and this noise could be used to attack Lu Yin. Grandini's face paled and she clutched her forehead as she fell to the ground. Her entire body trembled as she endured the immense sound waves. Lu Yin panted heavily. It was very difficult for him to maintain the soundless realm, and it all depended on who could last until the end. However, Lu Yin had forgotten that even Lulu could comprehend battle force, let alone Grandini, who was even stronger than Lulu. As Grandini's 3-lined battle force enveloped her body, Lu Yin's soundless realm was shattered, and he became yet another defeated leader. Many students heaved a sigh of relief as they finally did not have to endure the sound waves anymore. Grandini also heaved a sigh of relief, as the torture of the soundless realm was unforgettable. She decided that if she ever fought against someone with an innate gift of sound in the future, she would immediately use her full strength to crush them. She did not want to endure such torture again. On the high peak, 4 out of the 10 seats were empty. Although Lu Xiaoyun had won, a mutual destruction victory was not convincing enough, and she did not appear again. In the previous astral combat tournaments, very few leaders had been defeated, but this year was an exception. Not only were there freaks who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy, but there were also hidden powerhouses like Xia Yi, Tubo, and Grandini. Feng Shang and the others had been caught off guard. In the next match, Starsabil went up against Silver. Lu Yin was speechless. Were the mentors targeting Astral 10? Xia Luo's opponent was Dao Bo, while Silver's opponent was Starsabil. There was no hope of victory, and no matter how confident Lu Yin was in Silver, he did not think that he could defeat Starsabil. The Neo-Human Alliance was very strong, but Starsabil's sect was also a colossus. Furthermore, Starsabil herself was a legend, and no one could understand how she had defeated Lu Tang. Silver admitted defeat and left the Life-Seek realm. Although the crowd felt that it was a pity, they were not surprised. No one had thought that he could defeat Starsabil. Lu Yin frowned. He had been watching Silver the entire time, and the moment he left the Life-Seek realm, Silver's gaze had been filled with helplessness. He really wanted to fight for something in this astral combat tournament, but unfortunately he had only made it this far. At this point, Astral 10's Xia Luo and Silver had both been eliminated, leaving only Lu Yin. This result made the other students heave a sigh of relief. This was how it should be. The top 16 would determine the top 8, and even the leader had been defeated. If more than one person from Astral 10 advanced, it would be embarrassing for them. After all, Astral 10 was famous for being exiled. Jared and the other students from the Blaze realm had ugly expressions on their faces. With Astral 10's results, it would be impossible for them to be exiled after the tournament. Their plans to replace Astral 10 had failed. In the next match, it was Feng Shang's turn to face Sha. Many people were solemn. Sha had defeated Xue Luyun and was one of the rare powerhouses who had climbed up the ranks by stepping on the leader's seat. Feng Shang would definitely feel some pressure against him. Many people looked at Feng Shang and were stunned. At this moment, Feng Shang was smiling very happily. He was abnormally happy as he appeared in the arena plains. Starting from the 4th match, Feng Shang had been the first to make a name for himself. His ability to crush Eriker had shown countless people what it meant to be a leader and a realm master. However, as the matches progressed, the pressure on the other student leaders increased. This was especially true after 4 empty seats had been vacated at the peak, which greatly reduced the prestige of the leaders. Feng Shang had long since wanted to face the people who had defeated the leaders, and now his wish had been fulfilled. Senior Daobo, what do you think of this match? Lu Yin asked curiously. Daobo answered without hesitation, Feng Shang will definitely win. Lu Yin was surprised. Why? Feng Shang is not Shui Luyun. Shui Luyun specializes in studying his innate gift and improving himself, but Feng Shang likes to spar with all sorts of people. He's very famous in the ported battles, and he definitely has the most battle experience out of all the other leaders. He's already thought of a way to deal with Sha's first attack, and he's even fought so many matches. Lu Yin was curious. Senior Feng Shang is very famous in the ported battles? Daobo nodded. That's him, brother de Feng. Lu Yin was shocked and he stared blankly down below. So this bastard was brother de Feng. He would never forget how he had been instantly killed during his first ported battle. He hadn't even been able to find his footing before he had been killed by brother de Feng. After that, he had also been instantly killed by brother de Feng when he had wanted to win consecutive matches. Lu Yin had always assumed that brother de Feng was an explorer, but he had never expected that it was actually Feng Shang. This guy had instantly killed him twice in the ported battles. On the plains, the two stood at the same time and Feng Shang attacked without hesitation. The world suddenly turned green as a fierce wind pressure pressed down on the plains. Sha's eyes trembled as blue ice spread beneath his feet. This scene was very similar to his battle with Shui Luyun, a clash of domains. However, Feng Shang was one step faster and used his own domain to forcefully change the weather, turning the plains into a domain of wind. The star energy above the plains changed color, turning green and suppressing the blue ice. Sha's domain was completely suppressed underground, and even though it was still cold, it could not spread above the ground. Feng Shang raised a hand, and the green wind in his palm transformed into a spinning blade. It was so fast that it cut through the void and turned into black threads that extended outwards. Many people felt a chill run down their spines as they could feel the terror of that attack from Feng Shang's palm. Feng Shang casually shot the attack at Sha, but Sha's face turned gloomy. He had been suppressed from the start, and when he saw the attack coming he immediately dodged. An immeasurably deep gully appeared where he had been standing, and a huge spatial crack transformed into a crescent that tore into the distance. At the same time, Feng Shang appeared beside Sha, raised a hand and slapped out. Sha turned around to block and blue ice covered his entire body. There was a boom as Sha was pressed into the ground, and the ice on his body cracked before being crushed by the two colliding domains. Everyone was stunned. This had been a complete suppression from start to finish. Feng Shang had not given Sha any time to catch his breath and had directly attacked him to death. It was not because of the difference in power, but rather because of Sha's battle experience and control of the battle's rhythm. Feng Shang's final attack had not been simple, and there had been a miniature wind blade at the center of his palm that had shattered the ice on Sha's body. Otherwise, Sha would not have been defeated so easily. Had Feng Shang planned this from the start? This person's battle experience was too terrifying. The quality of this battle had been very high, but not many people had been able to tell. Many people felt that Sha did not live up to his reputation, and some even thought that he had gone easy on Lu Yin. After all, he was the powerhouse who had defeated Shui Luyun, the leader of Astral 4. Feng Shang calmly sat back down on the peak and proudly looked down at the ground. Big wind. Lu Yin called out. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin. You called me. Lu Yin nodded. I didn't expect you to be Big Wind. Feng Shang's eyes lit up. You fought against me in the ported battles? Why don't I remember? Lu Yin smiled and did not say anything else. He was looking forward to fighting against Feng Shang and taking revenge for being instantly defeated twice in the ported battles. Thank you very much for the Alliance Leader's reward, Brother Silas. Thank you very much. I've added too many chapters and haven't recovered yet. Please wait a moment, I'll add 2 more chapters on the 8th. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chapter 220. In the 7th match, Night Queen Yanqing stood up. It was her turn and her opponent was Sharon. When they saw Night Queen Yanqing and Sharon appear on the plains, many people's attention was not on them, but rather on the last two, Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu. The last match of the top 16 was between Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. Bro, you haven't warmed up to your seat yet. Lu Yin smiled. Do you have no confidence in me? Dao Bo sighed inwardly. Aside from the unfathomable Star Sibyl and Han Chong, who would have absolute confidence in Lu Xiaoqiu? After all, up until now Lu Xiaoqiu had not used the second sword of the 13 swords. He had relied on the first sword to enter the top 16 and even defeat Kuang Wang. His strength was too terrifying. Outside the plains, Lu Xiaoyun stood quietly as she looked at Lu Yin on the peak. He had only reached this point and no one understood the power of the 13 swords better than her. Of all the student leaders, perhaps only Star Sibyl, Han Chong and Night Queen Yanqing had the qualifications to force Lu Xiaoqiu to use the second sword. Dao Bo and Feng Shang might be able to do so as well, but no one else could. Lu Xiaoyun knew that Lu Xiaoqiu had comprehended the third sword a year ago, and he had the highest chance of becoming the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament. Even if Star Sibyl stood in his way, it would be useless. This was the tyrannical power of the 13 swords. The sword sex Lu family was a family with a primeval surname that was not recognized by the universe, but it had relied on the 13 swords to stand tall in the universe for countless years. It was also because of the 13 swords that countless sword experts yearned to join the Lu family. The Lu family was practically the emperors of the sword. This was the prestige of the 13 swords. In the distance, Xiao Luo and the rest felt that it was a pity. Lu Yin definitely had the qualifications to enter the top 4, but unfortunately he had met Lu Xiaoqiu. In many people's eyes, the top 8 of the top 16 was already clear. Dao Bo, Lu Xiaoyun, Han Chong, Grand Ini Mavis, Star Sibyl, Feng Shang, Night Queen Yanqing and Lu Xiaoqiu were the top 8. In front of a screen in the Innerverse, the magnificent sword sect's sword chi filled the void. Go and report to the sect master that the top 8 of the Astral Combat Tournament have been decided. The Erudite Flow Zone, Mavis Family, Lockbreaker Society, Night King Clan, and Star Sibyl have all entered. As for my sword sect, 2 people have entered. Under the Yo banner, the little girl raised her head and pointed at Lu Yin on the screen. Granny Du, is he Lu Xiaoqiu's opponent? Old Lady Du smiled. Yes, little princess, but you don't have to care about this kind of mortal. He's destined to be young Master Qiu's stepping stone. Young Master Qiu's opponent is everyone else. The little girl blinked. Lu Xiaoqiu can definitely beat him? What if it fails? Old Lady Du laughed and everyone who was kneeling in front of her laughed as well. Their little princess was just that naive. Little princess, you're too kind. For mortals, this position is already the peak. The difference between them and young Master Qiu is not only in status and background, but also in innate gifts. This is something that mortals can never imagine. You're the same as young Master Qiu and you have a powerful innate gift that mortals like us cannot fathom. You're destined to look down on the rest of the world, Old Lady Du explained with a smile. The little girl nodded and curiously stared at Lu Yin on the screen. She really hoped that this person could win, but it was impossible. It was such a pity. If only she could find a mortal who could defeat Lu Xiaoqiu, then she would have a reason not to marry into the sword sect. Regardless of what the outside world was saying about the final battle, at least for now, the battle on the plains was between Night Queen Yanqing and Sharon. This battle was very disadvantageous for Sharon. The Night King clan's battle techniques did not only contain star energy, but also an unfathomable power that seemed to tear apart one's soul. Even a genius lockbreaker like Sharon could not see through it. In less than a minute, he had been injured by Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's appearance was cold, and her black and white hair hid a trace of gray, which represented her status as a member of the Day-Night royal family. The edges of her eyes were tinged with a faint purple color, which made her look seductive and noble. Her long snow-white legs were exposed, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. One could almost see the blood vessels flowing through her veins. Her entire being exuded an aura of absolute control, just like a queen. Everyone knew that the Night King clan was very strong, and that they were even stronger than the Day-Night clan. They were one of the most powerful clans in the universe, but no one knew exactly how strong they were. Even Sharon, who was fighting against Night Queen Yanqing, had no idea. The strength that Night Queen Yanqing had just displayed was very ordinary, but it had been unstoppable. On the high peak, Dao Bo was helpless. Although the rankings of the 10 academies had changed, the top 3 academies were still the strongest because they controlled the 3 realms of the trial zones. Astral 1's Star Sibyl was mysterious, and so was Astral 2's Han Chong. Astral 3's Night Queen Yanqing was not mysterious, but the strength that she had displayed was overwhelming. Sharon did not have the qualifications to make her display that kind of strength. But now, everyone could see that Night Queen Yanqing had not even used a third of her strength. On the plains, Night Queen Yanqing arrogantly glanced at Sharon. "You're not bad. With your innate gift, it would be a waste to waste it on increasing your power level. Join my Night King clan and I can ask the elders of my clan to guide you in lock breaking. You should understand the authority of my Night King clan in lock breaking." Karen's eyes were filled with reverence. When it came to lock breaking, the Night King clan indeed had the qualifications to speak. Since ancient times, the Night King clan had never given up on lock breaking, and there were several Day-Night clan elders in the Lockbreaker Society. Lock breaking is my goal, but it's a pity that I don't like being ordered around. Karen's gaze changed and he looked at the arrogant Night Queen Yanqing. Suddenly, a desire to battle surged within him. At this moment, Night Queen Yanqing was very similar to that woman, and he wanted to break free from that woman's influence and completely walk out of it. As he thought about this, Karen's eyes turned cold and undulations swept out from his body. He was going to use his full strength. Night Queen Yanqing frowned. What a waste of time. Her eyes flashed with a purple light and she turned to leave. Karen's body stiffened and gradually turned gray. He had been petrified. Countless people were shocked. They had thought that Sharon was going to explode, but he had been instantly killed. What had happened? On the high peak, Dao Bo and Feng Shang had solemn expressions. Even Starsabil and Han Chong frowned. This was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift, so how could they avoid it? This was a problem. He was well aware of Karen's strength and he had easily dispelled Zhou Xian's inherited battle technique. In the realm of area masters, Sharon had surpassed Big Pow and Little Pow and he was an absolute powerhouse. However, he had still been instantly killed. Was this Night Queen Yanqing's strength? She did not even seem to have used much strength. This was an innate gift, and any battle technique that used star energy could not escape from Karen's grasp. Since he had comprehended a domain, he could easily dispel such a technique. However, innate gifts were different. The strong were strong and the weak were weak. The gap between them was overwhelming. At this moment, everyone looked at Night Queen Yanqing's arrogant figure and felt as if she was baring her fangs. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Tiankong Day-Night, Hui Day-Night and Qilian Day-Night had all been defeated. Night Queen Yanqing's thunderous attack might not have been without the intention of redeeming the Day-Night clan's reputation. Her goal was to become the champion of the tournament. Outside the plains, Wuda was continuously recording the results of the tournament, and he could hear the discussions of many people around him. He had recorded all of their words and used them as material for his report so that he could compare them with the results of the tournament and highlight the highlights. The top 8 are out and Lu Xiaoqiu will definitely win the last match. Have you heard? He's a freak from the Sword Sect and is considered a candidate to become the next 10 arbiters. One of the current 10 arbiters is from the Sword Sect and has also inherited the 13 swords. Lu Xiaoqiu is the second and he'll definitely become the next 10 arbiters. Kuang Wang couldn't even force out the second sword of the 13 swords. Although Lu Yin is strong and his 4-line battle force is comparable to Kuang Wang's, it'll still be difficult for him to force out Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword. If he wants to win, he'll have to rely on Starsabil, Han Chong and Night Queen Yanqing. Only the top 3 academy leaders have the qualifications to face Lu Xiaoqiu head-on. Wu De looked at the plains with a burning gaze. Come on, it's the last match. Brother Lu, even if you lose, you have to hold on for a little longer. As long as you can force out Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword, your report will definitely sell like hotcakes. Brother, you can do it. In the city in the sky, San Dios, a person arrived behind Wendy Yushan. It was Counselor Puyu. Counselor Wendy, I've asked someone to bring over some top-grade astral beast meat from the Beast Tamer's flow zone. Would you like to have a drink with me? Puyu smiled elegantly. Wendy calmly looked at her screen. There's still one more match. Puyu laughed. The result is already decided. I have to say that the Great Yu Empire is full of geniuses. It wasn't easy for this King Zishan to reach this stage. Unfortunately, no amount of luck or hard work can make up for the gap between him and those people. Wendy Yushan frowned. She could look down on Lu Yin, but others could not. Lu Yin was her fiancé in name, but of course, that was only limited to the Great Yu Empire. However, Wendy still admired Lu Yin for reaching this stage. If she had not coincidentally joined the Myriad Swords peak, then she would not have been able to do better than Lu Yin in terms of cultivation in the Outerverse. She had already acknowledged this King Zishan, and she did not wish for others to humiliate him. However, Pi was not wrong. Lu Xiaoqiu was a genius that even she had to look up to. She was only slightly older than Lu Xiaoqiu, but once Lu Xiaoqiu broke through to the Explorer realm, then the gap between the two of them would disappear. The 13 swords would even allow Lu Xiaoqiu to challenge those who were a realm breaker, and being a 10 arbiters candidate was no joke. Lu Yin had done very well, but he had no hope against Lu Xiaoqiu. She suddenly remembered what her father, Undying Yushan, had said. Perhaps her father was right and she should meet Lu Yin. Under countless gazes, Lu Yin's figure appeared on the arena plains. At the same time, Lu Xiaoqiu's figure appeared as well. The two were less than 100 meters apart and they calmly looked at each other. At this moment, perhaps only those from Earth were sincerely cheering for Lu Yin. They did not know who Lu Xiaoqiu was, nor did they understand the meaning of the sword sect's 13 swords. They only knew that Lu Yin represented Earth. On the screen, Lu Yin's name was written with Earth behind it. The two did not speak and everyone else thought that Lu Xiaoqiu was ignoring Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin himself knew that Lu Xiaoqiu had been paying close attention to him from the moment they had met, and this attention had been reflected in the first sword. Lu Xiaoqiu had used the first sword of the 13 swords against Lu Yin. Qilian Dainite and Quang Wang had both died under the first sword of the 13 swords. The difference was that Lu Xiaoqiu had ignored Qilian Dainite's death, while Quang Wang's death had been treated with respect. Lu Yin's star energy transformed into an iron sword that slashed downwards. It was exactly the same as the sword that had killed Qilian Dainite. Countless people's hearts stopped as they stared at Lu Yin. Was he dead? Thank you for the tip, Brother Silas, for the 4th update. Thank you very much. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.